Hello, everybody. We are back. We are back with day 27. We're not even up to a full month yet. Day 27 of the new account. Active play days. Since we only play it Monday through Friday on stream. I did do last Saturday and Sunday to do the trials runs, because trials is a constant thing. This is our second. This is tier 2 of trials. This is the heroic. We're already under halfway to success, and I haven't even done my run for the day. We're gonna get that out of the way. Yeah, this is the difference when you do things with a group, right? Like, between solo and a group, this is why we're like, just group up and do the thing, because that's gonna get things wrapped up very quickly for you. Our restriction today is apparently not good. We'll have to find some swaps. We'll have to find some swaps here. Hello, Prava Marco, Hughes Clues, Star Chaser, Delcoon. Welcome, welcome. And Happy New Year, Hughes. Oh, code on. There we go. All right, so we have 2 spots I need to fill. That's probably going to be like this. Hattie Bree in the back. Maybe. And then, oof. Not what I was looking for, but sure. Happy New Year, Onyx. Welcome. Okay, we're going 225 areas. That's probably just 5 minutes. Probably, maybe? I don't know. That's what we're going to throw at it. Today's time gate Friday. We're going to be doing the natural time gate weekend, and then we have a manual time gate to run. I'm going to look for somebody in seat 4. Honestly, I'm going to be hoping that they just give me someone in seat 4 for free. I don't even care who it is. Like, just give me one of the seat 4s. I would take any of the seat 4s. If they wanted to throw any of the, obviously not Commodore trucks, that's it, Evergreen, but any of the seat 4s just to get me to split the party 3, sure. If I have to choose one, I mean, I wanted Eric. They won't let me have Eric because it's right before the event. Yeah, I mean, Desmond? Probably be Desmond. Our event champions are looking pretty good. We just need more. Honestly, at this point, we just need to open more patron chests to get them to full blues. But the Corver Greens are still not. I mean, I guess the patron chests right now would, well, epics would potentially drop out of them. We would hit a pity timer at some point, and then that epic could end up on an evergreen, but I don't know. Maybe we bend the rules. Usually the rules are don't buy and open patron chests until you're full epic on core and evergreen, but I don't know. Onyx says, asks, I recall you saying you wish you never went 9 jump rip. Yes. Can you explain why? It burnt me out, right? Like, it's like all I did, I ran the game like 24/7. Everything got ignored for Briv gem farming. It was just all Briv gem farming all the time. And then you get there, and then I got there and I was like, I don't want to gem farm anymore. Like, I haven't really. I'm sitting on like 5 million gems on my main account. That's 1 day of that's 24 hours of gem farming. I can get 5 million gems in a day. And I'm just sitting with that because I don't care anymore. Like I lost all motivation to like what do I need the gems for? Almost every champion, if I cash those gems in, every champion would have a minimum item level of 1,000, average item level of 1,000. And then what did I need a Briv gem for after that? Like a Briv farm after that? I don't. Like I should have stayed at 4 jump. Like all of those item levels, because I added 124,000 average item levels to Briv. That's 1,000 average item levels to 124 champions. Could have just done that. I could have got there with those same contracts, and then without the burnout, like could have just gone for 1,000 average item levels. And fine, because it's not like I don't want to go to like 10,000 like a lot of people at 9 jump do, like 10,000 average item level. 1,000, more than enough. And then if I wanted to boost some up after that, fine. Like I could have continued to do that over time. Instead, I'm like, God, I don't even want to see a gem farm. Like, I don't want to tweak it. I mean, I can, but it's like there's no. I don't feel like it's. I don't know. It just removed kind of a level of motivation. Like at 4 jump, I would have stayed motivated to be, gem farming when I wasn't doing stuff. Which it still would have delivered, a million plus gems a day. Easy. 9 jump got me to 5 million, right? I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's one of those things where like there's this thing that I was always fighting against in this game, and that was getting too much power on my champions. Why for a long time my average item level floor was around 300, and it was staying there because I wasn't trying to boost it, except I was taking the pre-stack champs up to 1,000 because that's like a power breakpoint for them. But everybody else was around 300, and I was able to clear a ton of content in the game. Like, at a certain point I had cleared all the content that was out in the game at the time, and then I just kind of stopped keeping up with it. But when I went to do stuff, it wasn't like I was being held back. It didn't feel that way. So like just getting up to 1,000 now, I'm pretty confident that, I can do almost all the stuff in the game, probably, right? Like almost all of it. And item levels aren't even the big thing. Like I haven't done anything with my legendary scales or my scales of Tiamat on that account. I haven't leveled up legendaries. I'm sitting on just a horde of dragon scales. I am a dragon that hoards dragon scales, apparently. Because I never, I got my main pushing party up to 10, and I didn't really feel like I needed to go to 20. So, it just, there's certain points in this game where you almost get too much power, and because then it's like, unless you have a really strong intrinsic motivation to just be a completionist and complete everything, then it's like, well, a lot of the challenge goes away, a lot of the puzzle goes away, and then you're just grinding. Then you're just grinding all the variants out, and I have no motivation to do that with the current system. Like, I wouldn't get anything for it. Like, sure, there's some more tiers of perks, but the power there is almost around, like it's not even, I don't even know if it's big enough to call a rounding error compared to what you can get from legendaries, right? So, other than, making the numbers go up, yeah. Difficult to want to then do anything now at 9 jump, like between, yeah, I mean, that was one of the big, that was the big thing that just kind of like was like, I need to not be looking at that all the time. And then they dropped The House Always Wins and Double or Nothing on me, and I just went, do I want to quit the game? Like, I was like, It was because of that. It was right at the end of that, like, rough. All right, 686, awesome. I'm good. We're good. We We were in Icewind Dale. I was like, this isn't the right map. We were in Icewind Dale. Yeah. Black Widow, 20 steps across the quad. Nice. Oh, hello. Hello, Xenobite. Hello, Ethel. Hello, Ron. Hello, Evil Emperor Zerg. Happy New Year. Great. Okay. Ride of the Arcane Octet. Let's go. This is 500 areas. This should be where our first variant that we want to do is. Should be. We'll find out. I want to be very clear, Apple. You can do whatever patron variants you want. Everyone can. But the statements that you make about this aren't, like, they don't counter what I said about efficient patron variants that are on my list. One of the efficient patron variants on my list gave that kind of influence. What was easier than the stuff that you're trying to do. Like, that's the whole point of it, is that it's easy. It's efficient. You may have enough power to do that. That's not the point. The point is there was an easier way. There was an easier way. And I showed it to you. If you want to ignore that, that's your call. I don't force people to do stuff. They play the game however you want to play the game, but these variants aren't. I mean, you're talking about something probably like in this range, the 600 range. Like this restricts you to champions with the debuff roll. This one, attacks only deal damage when they're crits, and you're down 2 champions. This one, only one of each species can be used at a time. These are all solid restrictions. I don't even have to look at the restriction. I'm down 2 champions in that one. Champion's constitution of exactly 14. Only good champions, like all of that. Everything on that top row is not. They're not what I would call easy. And the 800s, well, we know. Like this is champions with an ability score of 81 or more. There's a hefty restriction. Like. All of the stuff that I demonstrated to all of you, all the stuff that I did in Avernus, had stuff up here that didn't restrict the kind of party that you use, and you didn't lose champions. That's what makes them efficient variants. I have 3 parts. No, it's you're ignoring it. You are ignoring it, and that's fine. Just own that you're ignoring it. Just say I don't care about that. I'm gonna do it my way. But understand that you're not doing an easier thing. Like those 3 parties could be doing those variants in Avernus. And you'd have all the currency you wanted and all the influence. Yeah. I mean, if you've got the power to do the Tails one, then you can coast through this stuff in Avernus. That's what I'm trying to say. Like you're doing purposefully more difficult things. Killers, 7 steps across the quad. That's fine, Ethel. That's what I said. It's fine. Just accept that you're doing a more difficult thing just because you want to do it, because you have a team that can complete it. Because I never said that. I never said don't go find stuff that you can't complete. I said here's the most efficient stuff. That's all I'm going to bother with, because anything else is more work than I need to worry about. That's the way those work. Like I've got this is unspent. 4.6 EO7 influence, 7 EO7 influence, EO8, 1 EO8 influence, 1 EO8 influence. And I haven't really put in any work. I haven't challenged myself. Anyway, I just cruise right through. You can do whatever you want, but that got me enough currency to buy all those familiars. Got me the influence I needed. I've got currency banked now. It's just there's so many things to do in this game. Like, I don't know. Why do things that are going to be more difficult and cost you more time than they have to, or more effort than, I mean, there's lots you could be doing all kinds of stuff. Oh. That's what I try to encourage people to do, but people can play the game however they want. I just, you know, if you come in chat and start talking about how, oh, I do this instead of that, it's like, okay, that doesn't mean anything. Like, that's not like, if you're like, I think these are better, well, they're not. You just did it anyway. Like, it doesn't. Good for you, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about like things that are like the easiest possible way to move forward is what I'm trying to give people, so that they don't have to feel like, you know, you can get into you can attempt one of those variants, you can drop your potions and stuff and then fail, and then it feels bad. And I want people to not feel bad. Sucks to be me, I guess. People are just going to go voluntarily feel bad anyway. Well, they're both easy and efficient. I call them efficient patron variants because there's someone else who made a list, I think, of like easy patron variants, which just was this arbitrary list of things that they felt were easy, but that doesn't make them, like, with the power level they had on their account at the time, doesn't mean that they were. Like, it was this subjective thing, whereas I tried to be objective about it. I looked for variants that had no real restriction, like where the variant doesn't if the variant doesn't restrict the type of party that you can use and doesn't block off slots with escorts, then that's what I'm looking for an efficient patron variant, because then you can use whatever your strongest party is for that patron. You don't have to worry about if your DPS is going to get restricted out, or your best buffer, or any of that kind of stuff, because you already know what you have available in that patron. Just go do it, right? That's what makes my list. And that's the only thing that makes my list. And that upsets people, because they think, well, this one's easy and you can just get it done. It's like, it's great, but that's not what the list is about. Like, that can be your easy, subjectively easy thing, but you don't know that that's easy. You just know that it was easy for you, right? So I try to refer to it as efficient. I don't know that I did in the guide, and I need to fix that the next time I update the guide. I guess I need to be more clear about what I'm trying to encourage people to do there, and why it's helpful. Because once you have like that base level of power, and oh, I can do things that I did things that were this difficult, and I didn't even have a lot of those patron perks yet. Now I've got the patron. Now I've got a lot of local patron perks. Now I can do stuff that's that level, or lower, that has restrictions. Like, then you know what your power is. Didn't realize there were natural time gates 2 weeks in a row. Yeah, it's because of when the first day of the month falls. right? Like, because events start on the first Wednesday of every month. Well, not first day of event, first Wednesday of every month. So because the first was on a Thursday, that kind of meant that we had a lot of time. We had 2 weeks between events. So, yeah. So like in February, or excuse me, in January, the event will run for 3 weeks and there will only be one natural time gate. Same in February. Let's see, same in March. But then in April we're gonna have 2 natural time gate weekends again. Yeah, so it's it's based on the number of Wednesdays in a month, more or less. More or less. If there's 4 Wednesdays, it's usually 1 natural time gate weekend. If there's 5, it's usually 2. Well, always. This should just be math. That should just be math. Should always work out that way. I like when there's 5, I like when there's 5 Saturdays in a month. Then my paycheck's a bigger paycheck. Payment. Oh, soft cap. Yep. All right. It's Thursdays for you? Nice. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I get paid per tutorial show, so if there's 5 Saturdays in a month, I get more. I get more for that month. Doesn't change my my per thing payment, but it's not like a flat amount a month. All right, let's see what we get here. Guaranteed at least 1 epic here. Let's see if we can do better. Oh, there's a feat. King of Shadows. Okay. I don't know that I'm super excited about that, but I'll take it. Oh, all the way to the pity timer. That's for Blue Sheen. All right. That's fine. That's fine. Traylon, 5 steps across the quad. Message from my dental appointment. Ooh. Okay. Just wanted to confirm, like my follow-up appointment. All right. Let's see what this unlocked for us. Alien allies. That's one of them. That's one we want. So this is one of those where I'm like, okay, yeah, we're losing a single party member, but for Icewind Dale, this was basically one of the least restrictive that you could get. 550 is a base area, pretty high before adding in the boosts from here. And then the gold fine is reduced, but we don't care. Like a 99% gold fine reduction is basically like knocking 2 off this number. So E34, well, that doesn't mean anything. That's fine. We'll come back to this. Now we're gonna keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. Dropping these 15-minute potions. How damaged should Tiamat be for a 7-day solar run after completing day? It does. None of that matters. None of that matters. Are you just so? Here's all you need to know. Are you on tier 1? Like, are you on normal difficulty? Hope you are. That's the only one that I'm gonna know the map of. But are you in day 1 of a normal? Or are you doing a normal? You're doing a normal. Okay. Was this damage number right here, the under damage in blue additional total, was this like 180 between what 182 and 2 something about, is it, you know, 240? Ooh. I'm not sure what the high was. I think F Bexel would have to answer that. I don't know what the top high watermark is. You might still be fine. So that's really all that matters is did you get your day 1 in the right window, in the right damage window, and then are you doing just every other day? Every other day you just go to the completion zone and you leave. It's 360. Well, I think that might have been a combined. I do 187 because I'm scared. I don't want to ever go over. But so yeah, I mean, so you're doing, you know, I can't speak to whether your day 1 was low enough or not. All I can tell you to do is, as long as the other days are after that, all you can do is just go to your completion zone and bail. Just don't get your DPS too high. And then make sure, I mean, with that kind of numbers, you're going to want to make sure you're on the ball when day 7 rolls around. You want to be doing your daily like right away. Like the moment it ticks over, just in case your damage is real close. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't, because the damage numbers don't really matter. Like, no, like looking at Tiamat's numbers, that's not going to help you for a 7-day. Like, there's too much math involved. Someone may have a calculator out there for it, but I wouldn't. I would know that. Hey, Dan Silver. Yeah, to do all 7 days, because there's an achievement for completing the quest for like the daily goal all 7 days. Yeah, so just set an alarm for each day for day 7. When day 7 rolls around, set an alarm so that you're there when it ticks over and can just get your run done fast, just in case there's like a sliver. And if you were to wait a few hours, it'd be gone, because that's the danger of getting the number too high, is that if you forget to do your run right away on day 7, it'll just complete because you had enough damage. Dance lever. 55 steps. Reach across the quad, slap the hand on the wall, turn around. Now they're running back. 5 steps back. I was just worried as it hardly moved. Yeah, when you're on your own, it hardly does. Listen, I tried to demonstrate that I tried to show like the effect of that on stream, that even up to like day 5, it looks like you're going to fail. Day 6, you're like, hold on, could this work? And then you see it on day 7 and you're like, oh, I get it. Yeah, okay. Because that's the power of math. The power of math. Nothing. Well, you know what I didn't do? I didn't use my own code. Dope nids, Jin. Huh? Yeah, I mean, yeah, because you gotta remember, every day you're adding more damage per second. So every day, the amount of damage you're doing every second goes up, and it's just, so it just snowballs bigger amounts. So the health just starts dropping faster and faster and faster as you go along. It just starts accelerating. That's why originally, like when I made my original guide, I was like, what's the average damage you need to do? And I had that as a number. It might still be in there. I don't know. But I was like, that's stupid. Why did I do that? Because that's not how that works. Like 1x state. Oh, I don't mess with those formulas. I don't know. That's getting into the a math that honestly doesn't matter too much. I mean, it's like, so I mean, if you're getting into that, what it is it's going to be something like you take, you know, 24 hours times 60 minutes times 60 for the number of minutes times 60 for the number of seconds. You take that times your party total for day 1. And then that number times the party total for plus that number times the party total for day 2, and then that number plus that, you know, it's like that kind of thing. Like it's so what is the actual, hold on. 24 times 60 is 86, so it'd be like 86,000 so like 86,400 times day 1 party DPS plus etc. Right? Like for each of those. Hey Mari. Going well so far. Working on progression on the new account. So yeah, it's something like that, like where each of the days looks like that, but it's, you know, day 2, day 3, day 4, and then you'd have to fill those numbers in. But I don't really get into that. I think the more valuable thing is just knowing how to figure out if you're there yet. Like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Like figuring out, is your damage done yet? So like if we come over here, I'm going to do that same thing. I'm going to take that 86,400, which is 1 day's worth. Well, I'm not going to use that number. We're going to go we got 5 days, 5 hours and 36 minutes left. So 5 times 24 is 120 plus 125 times 60 minutes plus the 35 minutes that are now left times 60 seconds. That gives me the total number of seconds left, like before this trials runs out, which is about 452,000. And then I'm going to multiply that by my party DPS. And that gives me a 1.4 billion damage. So yeah, we're dead, Jim. Right? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, Tiamat's going down. Because we're only on day 2, of course she is. But now I know that even if nobody did anything else, over the rest of these 5 days with some change, we'd be doing like 1.4 billion damage. Right? Like, that's all you really gotta know is like, is she dead at this point? Like, are we good? And we're good. Right? But when you're doing this solo run, you've just gotta make sure that your damage is in the allowable window, and then do your goals every day without boosting your total damage, and you're fine. And you just gotta trust that math is on your side. When FBexel gets here, you can ask them about what the damage window is for normal again. Because the only number I keep in my head is 187. If I put it on doing one of the day quests for a bit of a day, will that minimize the amount of time it has that bonus for? No, because it applies retroactively. So it does that. That's what this bar is supposed to represent, but it's broken and it doesn't do it right. It's supposed to represent like the retroactive damage that when it gets to the end of the day, it will apply based off you having raised your DPS in the middle of the day. It's a good thing. It's so that they did it so that you can do your run at any point during the 24-hour window, and it still counts as if you had that number active the second it went live, right? But yeah, they did it the right way. They made it easy, but yeah. So no, it doesn't matter when you add your total, it's going to retroactively apply. The problem with this is that this doesn't mean anything. This should have been out here. This length should be out here, And the light green should be your total progress if the day were to end right now. That should be where her health is. But this is actually her health. This value should be sticking out here, like they broke the visual on it. Yeah, it's your overall damage for the day is just being calculated. And then they're trying to visually represent it. But again, they broke that visual, so it's never worked, I don't think. It might have worked at the beginning and then broke. I don't know, but they explained it to us, and then people were like, yeah, that doesn't work at all. That doesn't work at all. So frustrating. That's what it's supposed to mean, but it doesn't do that. So just know that they are giving you retroactive credit no matter when you do it, as if you were running that damage for the whole day. Even if you clocked it in the last second, it would retroactively apply it as if it had been there for the whole 24 hours. No. If you don't complete a day, then no. That's not it at all. No. They're not estimating, they're not showing you an estimate as if you had done your daily. No. That's not it at all. They're saying, hey, you just did your daily, and okay, let me just do it this way. This is broken. This is the health. This green part means nothing. I should just not even explain what it's supposed to be. I should just say it's broken and it doesn't mean anything, because then people get confused. This is where her health is, period. Even if you were to push this all the way over and all that was left was a dark green, like this is where her health is. Because it's broken and doesn't work. The actual thing they were trying to visually represent does work, and that just means you can do your run at any point in the day and you're going to get full credit for it. That's all you need to know, I guess. If I'm buying gold chest contents, do I still have the 1 in 1,000 chance of getting a shiny upgrade from one of my core evergreens? No. You give that up for a guaranteed feat. Yeah. But here's the thing. You still want to, I would still say once you can buy chest contents, buy chest contents. Why? Because you're looting tons of chests constantly. You'll still get full shiny, like fully gilded on your core and evergreens just from all those looted chests. You don't have to manually buy them. Like, you know, if you don't have full shiny by the time, oh no, this is one of the broken ones. It's fair because of Wild Beyond the Witchlight. You know. You don't have to, like, you know, there used to be a reason to only buy, like to get full shiny, like fully gilded before, like as quick as you possibly could. There used to be a reason for that. That reason no longer exists. So you don't, like, your core and your evergreen champions, they don't need the shiny right away. Because they're core and evergreen champions. They get tons of item levels, and all a shiny is basically free item level, right? So they don't need, they're getting plenty. Because you're probably not really using them much anyway. Until you get to the later ones. But again, by the time you get, well, later, call them later now, but we have Blushi already. But even then, like Blushi at low item levels, a shiny doesn't mean anything. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. What's more important is getting all of your feats. So just, you know, get the gold chest contents, get your guaranteed feats. If you aren't, by the time you get all the feats, and remember, there's like 400 and something of them. Well, where's that? Chest feats, 466. This number's a little inflated because it includes upcoming champions as well. There's over 400 chest feats to unlock. By the time you finish that, if you aren't fully gilded on your core and evergreen, Then you could go a bunch of gold chests and open them until you are, but yeah, it's all good. There's just it's a really old game mechanic that no longer exists that made us want to race towards fully gilded core and evergreens. Yeah, you get good blacksmithing contract. Like all the numbers, people went through them, and originally they complained because they said the numbers were a little low, and then they went and fixed them. And I believe it. Last I heard, they thought that they had erred on the high side. So, you know, somebody emote will know in the official Discord for sure. But I heard, oh, it's way better, and it's better than, you know, it's at least as good as opening chests. But you don't get the shiny. But you guarantee the feats. That's what we're working towards. Well, I'm hunting epics in here. We just wanna see, can we get our epics real fast? No, that's not the epic that I wanted. No. No. Oh man, it just got their fast core to 15. Nice. That's a nice milestone. That's a nice milestone. Yeah, with the progress we have, I'm not used to having such low item levels for the overall progress we've made. Wild. Wild. How many epics do I still need? I need a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 16, 17, 9 to 20. I guess that's not that bad. It's still a lot, though. Still 20. That's still 200 gold chests if I run the pity timer every time. But it's not horrible. We're in the reachable zone now, right? So like where we know we're gonna reach it soon. And if we get, you know, if we do better with our pity timers, like yesterday we had like 30 gold chests and got 6 epics out of it. Like we were doubling our rate of gain, like at a certain point. Like, so if we get real lucky, we could get there real fast. Oh, I didn't even look at how many reagents do we have? 638. Okay, we're one potion ahead, one legendary ahead of ourselves though. So we still got 9 hours left on this legendary. So we'll have, you know, we'll still be able to do like Monday and part of Tuesday before this one wears out. But we've got another sitting behind it. So we've already made our next one. So we're real good on reagents right now. And we're not saving gems for anything, we're just spending. Well, unlock correct. Well, we tried. My account just, like I said, the item level, overall power from item levels just isn't here, and we haven't had time. We're only in week 2 of trials, so we don't really have the legendary power either, and we haven't done any forge runs. That needs to happen. Yeah. If we have time today, we'll do at least one forge run. Well, I think we only have the scales for one forge run. We just didn't have it. We didn't have the damage as we started losing people. We just dropped. have to have a pretty well-developed account so that you can lose people and still maintain your damage and your progression. Although I did not do the whole use garbage damage to start and then let them all fall out and then put the next team in. Like, I didn't do that thing. I don't like that, but someone could do that if they wanted to potentially get Crux faster, and it might work. But we gave it a shot, and we were a ways off. We were like 125 areas off when we died. Like the damage time. $11 minutes. Almost there. How we doing on... I believe we were doing Mert stuff. Well, it's just taking forever. We were trying to get Mert some extra currency over here, but it's going real slow. To be honest, it was the worst removal RNG you could get for Crux. It was real bad. It was. But to me, that's the universe saying, you dolt, what are you doing here? Yeah, the first removal was Carlock. Like, I was like, oh my god. And then the next removal was our backup with DPS, which was Yorvin. I was like, and then I put the wrong DPS in to follow up, and we were just screwed. Like, but still, like, it was clearly taking away all of my damage, and it was real bad. So. You know, so again, like with Blushi, we attempted Blushi and we failed. We came back later and we did it pretty easily. So I just, could I, frustrate myself and try it over and over and then finally get it? Sure. But why not just, I don't need him right now. So why not just go off and do some stuff that's not frustrating? Well, and come back with more. And when I come back, I'll have more power. It'll be easier. It'll be easier. Now we're gonna 550 here. Should be a breeze. Let me go see if they fixed their blog post yet. Yep, they did. All right. Missed the Crux attempt. It was yesterday? Might have been yesterday. Hey, Salivar. 20 steps across the quad. Hey, Brutality. Welcome. All right. While we're pushing through this, let's pull up. Boom. Anson, folks. Anson, the blog post has dropped. So let's take our first look at Anson. For anybody who hasn't been here for a first look, we have no way of knowing how strong they're going to be. But what we're looking for is like what kind of ability, like what do their abilities do? What potential is there? Like, is there a potential for a multiplicative? Like, do they say there's a multiplicably stacking ability? Does it have the potential for pre-stack multipliers? Like, does it have an item and feat support? Like, we're looking at that, and we won't be able to know exactly how strong they are until they come out on Wednesday when we make the guide for them. This is Anson. Anson's going to be the final member of the fallbacks. He's the tank. Support, tanking, and control. So male human fighter, neutral good, 25 overwhelm. Eligible for Mert, Vajra, and Elminster. So Strahd, he needs a +2 feet for Strahd, int feet to qualify for Strahd, so he's within range. Zerial, +1 charisma for Zerial, I think. So there's a chance that you know what, I'm just gonna scroll down. What do the feats say? Here's the +1 charisma, so there's Zerial. There's +1 intelligence, but that's these are both event rewards. Oh, it looks like they get 3 event feats. Interesting. So yeah, so they'll be eligible with the feats. He'll be eligible for all the patrons. Just called Seraphon. Nice. Okay, let's take a look. What's going on? There's only one thing I know Anson's going to have, and that's an Uggy ability, and that's their that's their affiliation ability. And it is. Hold on. Do they have? Yeah, they have Unbreakable Uggy, and there's going to be an item for that. There is Unbreakable Uggy buff. Okay, so that is a pre-stack when they're in their faction or affiliation group. It's a Broken Blade. Anson attacks the closest enemy, deals 1 hit. Yeah, they use a Broken Blade. Uggy, you know, it's the whole Uggies next to the party, and they buff non-adjacent champions. Unshakable. Given the formation abilities. Anson increases damage of all champions in the columns behind him. Great. That means he can buff all the way back. Unbreakable Uggy, the 400% buff. Yep, when Anson's in the formation, that's what they all are. Fighting style. When Uggy is with Anson, Uggy attacks the closest enemy whenever Anson attacks. Uggy's damage deals 1 second of Bud-based damage and drives the enemy berserk. Berserk enemies move 50% faster, attack twice as often, but deal 90% less damage. This berserk thing, we first saw this on Havilar. So they're using it again here. This whole when Uggy's with Anson thing, that's going to be non-affiliation stuff. Because when you're doing the affiliation stuff, I believe you want Uggy on Kazran. Combat trance. Each time Anson is attacked or takes damage in an area, he gains a meditation stack. Each meditation stack can increase the effect of Unshakable by 50%. That's the buff. Stacking multiplicatively. Oh. Anson can have a maximum of 75 stacks, and they reset when changing areas. Oh my. Hold on, we just completed the run in the background. That's solid. I'm going to do the math on that here in a second. Let me just get us into the next adventure. Get us into the next adventure, cruising in the background. 75 stacks is more than Carlock gets, and it's starting at a 50% bonus, and hers is 25%. Now, granted, she has 2 of those, but this already tells me that if you can keep Anson alive, and that's the big question, to 75 stacks, then that could be a solid boost to his main buff. The problem we saw with that with like Havilar, whereas one of hers with that she wants to get attacked a lot, like she just then falls over. Like she doesn't have a survivability feature. She just has health and an overwhelm number, and that's not enough. I mean, that's enough to make you a tank. But if you don't, like, her survivability feature is this berserk feature, but yeah, it doesn't seem to keep people alive. Like we knew, like I knew when I was looking at it the first time, I'm like, it's not gonna keep someone alive. Because here, if we go back to this, they attack twice as often, so they're doing, but they're dealing 90% less damage, right? But who cares about 90% in a game with large numbers, right? Like, let me put it this way. 99% less damage off of E10 damage is basically E8 damage. If that's gonna, but you're doing E8, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, if that's still gonna kill her, it's still gonna kill the tank. It's still gonna kill the tank. Like, it doesn't matter that you dropped it 90%. Like, it's weird. It's a weird thing. But then also this only works when Anson's got Uggy, and there could be it's only on the closest enemy, so it's really just damage reduction for the boss if the boss is all you have left. Because if you got a stack of enemies on you, it ain't doing jack, right? That ain't keeping you alive.
So it's going to be interesting how survivable, to find out how survivable he is to get this combat trance going. Let me do the math. Let me do that. 1.5 to 75. 6, 9. That's an E15 buff. And this is going to feed into Unshakable. So there's some, you know, potential ramping here, but we're going to have to find, you're going to have to come up with some kind of survivability. So far, I don't see any. Erratic Energy. When Anson uses his Storm Crash ultimate ability, Anson's sword ignites in lightning for 5 seconds. For the duration, Anson's attack deal an additional 5 seconds of blood-based damage. That's nice. Damage him for damage equal to 1% of his maximum health. That's not okay. An increase, because he's already got issues with damage. And increase the maximum stamps of combat trance's meditation by 1 up to a maximum of 25 additional maximum stacks. Only on that area. God dang it. So this takes him up to the 100 stacks that like a Carlock can get to, but with a much bigger number. That's E9. That would take him up to E19 bonus. But again, you got to survive. He's going to be doing damage to himself. Then you got to take, 100 hits. Like, I don't know. He's got the standard tanking ability where he boosts health by 25% and healing effects by 25%, but yeah, that's not going to keep him alive. Specializations. He's only got one set. Pure of Heart, Found Family, Never Surrender. So Pure of Heart, Anson increases the effect of Unshakable by 100% for each good champion or fallback champion in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. Okay, so these are all multi-stacks. Found Family is 125%, but unaffiliated or fallbacks. And Never Surrender, 200% for each formation slot blocked by an escort or fallbacks champion of the formation. Oh my. So this is one where if you have like 3 or 4 slots removed by escorts, you'd load in a fallbacks formation. And he's like and then he becomes kind of like a Desmond. The question is, yeah, because he has got a spec item. Is this going to be pre-stack or post-stack? And it better be a pre-stack. It better be a pre-stack. That's all I'm saying. Because otherwise he's only got one pre-stack and it's in his... Because they're not going to make 100 stacks a pre-stack. So otherwise he's only got one pre-stack and it's the formation, the affiliation one only. Storm Crash. Anson attacks the toughest enemy with his sword while blasting all nearby foes with deadly lightning. I'm guessing toughest means the most health. Items for Unshakable, Unbreakable Uggy. That's the affiliation pre-stack. Combat Trance. The spec choices. That's the one that I think would be a pre-stack. Health item, good. And ultimate cooldown. Feats. Anything that stands out is interesting. Get behind me. Anson's attacks have a 50% chance to taunt enemies. When he successfully taunts an enemy, increases max meditation stacks by 1 until changing areas up to a max of 25. So that means he can technically get all the way up to 125 stacks. Oh, but he's got to stay alive, and I don't know that he can. I really don't know that he can. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. E24. That would take him to an E24. So this could be big if you can keep him alive somehow. If you could keep him alive somehow. What slot is he in? He's in seat 1. Good lord. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Do I like that? I like that. Thriss is a big buffer, and you're going to lose that, but generally speaking, I'm kind of okay with that. I don't know that I like it. I'm okay with it. 25 overwhelm, yeah. Which, I mean, it doesn't mean a whole lot. It just means he's basic. I mean, that's the vast majority. It is an exception to not have a 25 overwhelm. For some reason, they gave Briv like 30 base, and it upsets me to this day. Like, his should have been lower because as a trade-off for everything else he does, they didn't. But it doesn't mean a ton. They never really made overwhelming. Overwhelm is underwhelming. You can still worry about managing it sometimes, but it's pretty underwhelming overall as a feature. All right, let's hide this. So yeah, I mean, Anson's got potential. You know, we know the Uggy is going to be pre-stack, or at least it has been. Well, no, it is. It is. As long as it's Kazran DPS with Kazran and signature spell, then the Uggy item becomes the pre-stack or the affiliation. That's been the big one for everyone. What we want to know is the spec choice. Are the spec choices pre-stack? They're looking like that they could be. Like they've presented a situation where they could be with a 10 stack cap. It's usually what they like. The other one that can go up to 125 will not be pre-stack. That will be post-stack. A pre-stack, if they made that pre-stack, it would be the strongest pre-stack. Like that would be probably the strongest buff in the game. Like 125 stacks with a pre-stack multiplier? No. The minute I walk away, y'all start talking about the new character? Yeah. Leave overwhelm alone. Look, it's not very good mechanic. The damage doesn't it doesn't. Same thing with the enraged mechanic. Like it's not very good either. Yeah. Like because here's the thing. Like overwhelm doesn't really make you tankier. Like if you don't know, now you know. No. So if you don't know, well, the way overwhelm works is until you get to this number, so up to 34, if I'm taking 34 or fewer enemies, I'm taking normal damage. But the second we hit 35, you take the number of enemies times the bonus damage above the normal damage. It's not the number of enemies over your overwhelm, which would have made it more interesting, right? It would have made it a better tanking mechanic. No, it then immediately, the second you get to 35, it's as if you don't have an overwhelm. Like suddenly you're just taking overwhelming damage. Like it's just like boom, you could get one shot like at that point. So like if this had just been you take more damage from the enemies above your overwhelm number, okay, then it would start creeping up on you. Instead it just hits you like a truck in the face and it's like, well, that wasn't nice. And the enrage mechanic, please. People have come back to that enrage mechanic just being like so high, like the number's so high because they just did a knockback formation. They can't kill the boss. They don't have the damage. The boss can't kill them. Yeah, like at some point, the enrage mechanic, like if it hits to a certain number, the enemies should just ignore crowd control effects, right? The damage should start ticking up at like thresholds, like, yeah, it shouldn't do kind of what it does. Well, Karlach's enrage is great. It's Karlach's rage. She doesn't have an in-rage mechanic. She has a rage mechanic. Free Tame Gate offers you Finn, Strix, or Hank. I have Hank already. Finn is, if you do your patron challenges, if you do these manually, like you go do them actively in a group, you want Finn. She gives you baseline. She gives you double credit. So you'll get done twice as fast. If you get her feat, she gives you quad credit. So, but that really only matters if you're doing those actively. I mean, it would help me in the background as well, but. All right, we're up at 575 is where we're going. Oh, I didn't buy chests. So yeah, I would prefer Fen over Strix there. Strix is really, if you're going into more of an Ac Inc group, then you go Strix. And there's our pity timer. Can we beat the pity timer? Ugh, tease. What a tease. And we did not. That was Crydle, Presto, and Prudence. I mean, I like Crydle out of that. If you don't have Crydle yet. I would, if I got those three, I would want, like, all things being equal, I would say Crydle. Let's go look at mine. Remember, I was hoping for a slot 4. So I'm really wanting to see... I'm really wanting to open this and see Jarlaxle, Sentry, and Karlach staring at me from under someone's portrait. Son of a... It hates me. It hates me. Can't give me what I want. This is... I mean, I like me some Vin Ursa, but a Nova. But a Nova could be interesting. It would be a second tank in 11. Oh. Huh. Desmond, Skiller, or Shandy? Ooh, I mean, if you don't have Shandy, Shandy for speed. If you already have Shandy, Desmond for his interaction with escorts and dead champions. Jinx, how doesn't he get named by me? No. It's I can actively ignore this. One of the, like, a fantastic art, such a cool concept. But conceptually, I love Jinx out. I don't give a crap. As a game character, unfortunately. I am actually tempted to go here for a couple reasons. One, Vin Ursa can go everywhere in Light of Xerxes. Like, she is a Light of Xerxes party crasher. She can go everywhere and in any variant. She's a really solid buffer, I feel. And she's evil, which would give us an evil buffer for Cass. Nova is an okay tank, but not a great one. Her big thing is that she debuffs enemies as they walk onto the screen. So anytime you have those variants where you can't do damage until the enemy is debuffed, she makes it easy. I'm going Vin Ursa. Going Vin Ursa. All right. Let's see what we can do here. 15 minutes. This is such a messed up formation layout. I already have Skilla. Desmond would be 4th of his bench. Heard a lot about Shandy. I mean, Shandy is a speed potion. Yeah, that's what she is. She's a speed potion. She has good buffs. I mean, solid. I wouldn't say amazing, but I find them to be solid buffs early on. It's just, yeah, she's not going to be an amazing buffer for you. This is Shandy. Kind of group dependent based off this Dex 15 buff. But it's the speed. It's the speed that you'd be getting her for. That's what she does. She goes fast. And Desmond is the one that pairs with Cass to create like big buffs based off dead champions or escorts. So I mean, he's got a place in doing variants that provide you escorts, and then you use Cass as the DPS with Desmond as a backup, and it becomes a really strong buff once everybody dies. That's the thing. All right, now we're not gonna get any gem. We're not really gonna get much in the way of gems while we're doing these time gates. All the way to the pity timer again for Belushi. All right. She now only needs 2. Okay. Everybody only needs 2. They kind of caught up. 1 or 2 for everyone now. So that gave me what I didn't need. So now I need to figure out what I'm going to do for 4. I mean, it's probably going to be Desmond, honestly. I mean, if they're going to be that way, if they're going to act that way, and not give me what I need, then it's probably going to just be Desmond, right? Yeah, I feel like Desmond is the best choice here. If it lets me take him. Desmond isn't at the next event, is he? Old stuff. They're already keeping Eric from me. So we want to go at least 400 areas. We want to grab at least 4 named silvers. We could try to go further, but I don't see a whole lot of point in that. Doesn't count as good. All right. I mean, again, the niche use case scenario is when there's lots of escorts. That's usually when I break that out. But technically, you could just do it all the time if you wanted. But again, the thing is with Cass is you've got to have Cass in from the very start of the run. Like, you know, ideally you're somewhere where you have some favor and you get Cass up to their their stacking ability, which is based off the number of champions in a formation per area you complete that aren't one of their vampire spawns. So like no one's died yet. You want to go as far as possible without anybody dying, because that's one of the ramp up, like damage ramps for him, and it's an important one. And then if you finish whatever you were attempting, like just without anybody dying, great. But if people start dying, then Cass starts getting a lot stronger, and so does Desmond. So there's as long as you build things right and stack them up, they can produce a lot of power. But Cass is the one that has to be in the whole time. It doesn't matter who else is with him. Start. Oh, 3 all champs damage feats in a row from chest contents. Ugh. I mean, hey, you're getting them out of the way, right? Yeah, one of these days we might have to do a cast damage run and like start him off and see where he ends up. But right now it's just not a. I use him as backup. Like if we ran into that variant, and there's achievements. If we run into a variant with lots of escorts that we have to do, then. And that's what he's for. Well, that's what Desmond will be for. He's for, well, I don't even know. Cass on his own. Yeah, Ron. Kazrin does have a permastack, but it's like all other permastacks. It's additively stacking, so it's not her major source of power. Her major source of power comes from having the rest of the fallbacks in the formation. Like even without Anson, I was looking at like the affiliation buff was like E27. For my fallbacks team. My fallbacks team is not built. Let me throw them in here. The Lark, it's not showing me average item levels. Why not? Anyway. Lark has 90, Tess has 7, Kazrin has 5, Baldric has 6. I was throwing down an E27 Uggy buff. So, but they have a pre-stack. It's their Uggy. They all have an Uggy item. That's their affiliation pre-stack, and that's the big like put them all together and it gets big. Giggity. They're Captain Planet. By our powers combined. Trainless free time gate champs are Aeon, Tatiana, who they just time gated earlier this week, and Xander. I guess you're getting Aeon, huh? And now you know why we tell people don't time gate in the middle of a free time gate week, because you're just gonna they're gonna do it. They're gonna throw it in your time gate just to make you go, I should have waited. Every time. But yeah, like on my main account, when I run Casman, I run her first spec on the right-hand spec, which is like the library one. So she's just gathering tons and tons of books. And that's just how I run. Like, I don't farm her anywhere. It's just like when I'm using her, she's going to grab books. Oh, that's fine. running out of damage. Need to do this. Yeah. Up for a little bit. Oh, I forgot to save. Dang it. I forgot to save the last. You know what? Do it like this. Prava Marco has Aeon, Rosie, and Dahani. Dahani's a DPS. But if you're going to choose a DPS from that, Rosie is the queen of crit damage. Caddy Bree is the queen of crit chance. Rosie is the queen of crit damage. Yeah. He's got a pretty amazing setup. You just got to boost her. Well, you don't have to boost her crit chance up, honestly. I do. I love her with Duke Ravenguard and Strongheart, but you don't have to do that. I like her critting constantly. But her kit is actually designed to not crit constantly and for you to kill with like Fire Breath Potion. Like she spikes her butt up super high, and then like there's a spec. You want the spec that causes her bud decay to slow. So she sets this super high bud on a crit, and then it decays slowly, and you just ride that wave. That's what she's designed for. But I like to just say, screw you to riding the wave. We're going to stay at the peak and just make her crit constantly. As AFK, should I pick Aeon or more chess? I would just go Aeon. But, yeah. So Dahani isn't really going to help with gold find or anything. She has an on-hit gold find thing, so it's only for Artemis or Makos bombs, not for any dirty gold farming. And then Aeon is actually a patron variant support. So Aeon rotates her buffs. She buffs based off whoever she buffs based off whoever, whatever, like certain patrons every week. She rotates the patron that she's buffing, like, based off of. It's this whole thing that I don't know. Like, yeah, she wants you to do certain things, and she'll provide more power if you do those things every week. Like, you know, Mondays you take care of some of your patron stuff, and for that, and then she gets a big buff, and then you go do and then you go rock her. And whatever patron is getting buffed that week, like whatever patron is on her rotation that week, it's strange, but that's her thing. She patched gaming. Should I pick Fen or Vlanya from the time gate? Fen. You can never pick Vlanya on your account ever. Vlanya's right there with Xander on unnecessary champions that are a waste of your chest drops. Like they're gonna take valuable chest contents away from champions that actually matter. Yeah, so you want Fen. Fen's the patron challenge champion, so right out the bat she's gonna get you. If you're doing patron stuff, she'll get you double credit. If you get the feat, she'll do quad credit. It's way better. Oh, we went to 500, folks. And we're still cruising. This potion still got 3 minutes left. Are we at the point now where we can go to 600 in a time gate? I'll take it. If we are, we'll take it. I say this and then we start slowing down. Why do I do this to myself? Who would we'd want to ditch here? There was never a style of play that she was useful for that I'm aware of. that I'm aware of. Oh, ugh. That was always like the. Here's the problem. There were people. I never did that because A, it could cause problems and bug that area. And B, you wanted the minions for Krull. Like the way you built and spread Krull stacks was with those minions. So yeah. That was never something I ever did or encouraged because of what you were losing, the stuff you were losing from. Your time gate's got Duke, Ravenguard, Egbert, or Turiel. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Duke, but I use melee. I'm a melee DPS main, so I did pick up Egbert already. Egbert's great for gold find parties, and he's a ranged tank for some variants where they ranged only. Turiel is like a nega tank. Like there is support that goes in the tank column, but only if there's like this where there's 2 or 3 up here, and then they just kind of push them away from them, like they never get hit. So you know, depending on what you're needing right now. Yeah. And if you're, I don't know if you're working towards any of the split the parties. Like I was hoping for a seat 4. I would have taken any seat 4 and we didn't get it. It was frustrating. All right, we did clear 600. It took a little bit of work, but our potions were still going. All right. Now we're out of here. Egbert and Turiel give you. I would prioritize Egbert over Turiel personally if that's getting you towards a split the party. Or if they both would. All right, 75 areas is just. I mean, we're this is just speed group and not worrying about it. Oh, I forgot to load it in over here. All right, let's see what we can get out of these. We're looking for greens. And we didn't get any. So that whole, all 6 of those were functionally a waste. There's a blue for Bobby for our progress tracker. Oh, that's nice. Oh, the progress tracker's now got to go up. No, 14. Yeah, no. 14. Okay. Because we just added an event champion to it. Okay, there's 1. There's 2. There's 3. There's 4. 5. There's 6. All right. The Venus is right over here. You know what? Let's bring them in, actually. People can get a look at them. So they buff either the front deck or the rear deck. So front 2 columns or rear 2 columns. If there's columns in the middle, they don't buff there. And then they buff either evil champs, neutral champs on the good and evil axis, or good champs. You want whatever the largest number is because they're all the same. It doesn't matter. Actually, no. Oh my God. I can't believe I just said that. This is the bait. This is the bait down here. You need to figure out what your DPS is. The numbers are the trap. So I'm going to end up with a Carlock DPS, which is friends in high places. The numbers are pointless because it's not multiplicative. There's not stacking. It's just, hey, here's a buff. She's a wild space lover, which means she can go anywhere in Light of Xerxes. She's a bounty hunter, so she has favorite foes. Picks a random monster type from a monster in the current adventure as her favorite foe. Her favorite foes drop more gold and they're debuffed. Her ultimate. Oh, we just finished. Hold on, but I want to go over this. She fires at a random enemy. She has a 20% chance to score a crit on it, and if she crits that enemy becomes a favored foe, like her favored foe, if it wasn't already. So she can create more favored foes. This whole list of, well, we don't have it here, but the list of enemy types, like she can turn them all into it. And then she buffs based off that. Vicious Vantage. She increases the effect of your deck specialization by 1%. This is a pre-stack. For each favored foe, she has stacking multiplicatively. So you want at least 2. You want to make sure you're getting at least 2 favored foes, right? And it tells you it's a pre-stack. And then she has contract negotiations. When you use a bounty contract while she's in play, you're buffing your specialization, multiplicatively stacking up to 100 stacks. This is a Carlock rage mechanic. Like it's the same 100 stack with 25% multiplier. Yeah. So now that I have Vinersa, I want to keep like 100 bounty contracts, 100 of the smalls. I'm going to convert them into smalls and use them because that gives her damage for when she's in my party. She's got crit feats, and you kind of want them because it affects her crit chance on her. If I remember correctly, they should. Menagerie, we're going with 125. All right. She's going to be forced in here, which is fine. So she's fun. I like her overall kit. I've used her a lot and never used the contract thing. I knew it was power. I just never needed it. So it's one of those where you don't want to do it all the time, but you probably now I want to keep 100 banked for if I'm doing something difficult and I'm using her because you know she's going to pay off. Right? Also, the only plasmoid champion we have. All right, so for instance, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to go to Notary. I'm going to convert these down. See? Like this. And now I've got, you know, multiple runs I could do with her and max her out. Oh yeah, this is the one where each wave a monster with a random monster type spawns. this is trying. I think it's trying to feed you. I think her spec might be getting a certain number of favored foes, but or her achievement. But I'm not worried about it. This is where you would park a familiar on her ultimate while you're playing, and hope that it triggers something good along the way. But the timer is going to be so high early, so high. Hey, programmer. Your time gate has Evelyn, Umberto, and by Shakira, thank you for 56 months at tier 2. Greatly appreciated. Programmer, did you do all your split the parties already? I just need to know if this is like a all things being equal kind of situation, or you did. Okay. So Evelyn's a tank. Umberto's also a tank. But he has this mechanic where you have to leave him running for a long time for him to max out his buffs. Whereas Evelyn's mechanic is about like over leveling other champions. And then Shaka has an RNG thing where like they mark some of these formation slots, and you've got to, like, when you're building your formation, you're trying to match like whatever the tag is for the champion that's in it so that you can get more buffs, and it's really random. But he also has shield. He also has a party shield mechanic. It's just on the smaller side of the shields. So I think, they're all useful. I think I use Evelyn more generally speaking than any of those others. But Umberto does have bees. So if you like bees, Umberto's got bees. Yeah, Ron, that's the issue, is Shaka's from a different time, right? Like, so the buffs don't get as big as you'd like. When I'm using in this, because I need a party-wide shield usually. Right, I did my time gate. I did my time, and now I'm leaving. All right. We did all the stuff. Where am I going to convert this? I guess Icewind Dale is what we're working on. So manual time gate. I want a seat 4. But we're doing Desmond. All right. What are we doing here? 125. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. Once again, we just did this. 15 minutes. We should be able to clear 600. I mean, we cleared 600 against Arveus the Red. That was actually a difficult time gate, if I'm being honest. Like, Arveus the Red is a crappy time gate boss. Which would I choose, Nova Presta or Strongheart? Strongheart. I mean, on your account, it's like who's got the lowest item level, and that's how I choose it on my main. Manor Lair used to work as a beekeeper. It's definitely a job that requires you to find your inner zen, because flailing is the wrong thing. No, Umberto is a druid whose wild shape form is a bear, but walks around with magical bees in a hive and uses the bees to debuff enemies. Jeez. Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, like, you're at the point where it's probably, why not just collect time gate pieces? Just select one and then close it out, and then just like, hey, your time gate pieces went up by 2, because that's probably the easier number to go up by 2, like the more significant +2. Yeah. Requiem asks, I've heard about getting time to use pieces back. How does that work? I look, I gotta preface this with a major disclaimer. It's a very limited use case scenario. Bayushi Akira has all the champions, they're all epic, and their item levels are over 10,000. In his case, he doesn't need to do a time gate. There isn't anything he really needs time gate pieces for either. Currently, but who knows what'll happen in the future. There is a scenario where, like, if you get all the way up to the point where you have all the champions except for like Xander, Vlanya, and Solok, which are 3 champions that you just don't need to own. They're not any good, and they're never going to get better because for reasons that we're not going to go into, but they're never getting reworks. If those are the only 3 left and they pop in your time gate and you're full epic, so you don't need to chase rarities on anybody and you're fine with your item, then you choose the champion, or if they just come up and that's the only one that you don't own already, you choose that champion, and then what happens is you just open the time gate, and then instead of doing anything, you just immediately close it. And it refunds you 2 time gate pieces. It's an old carryover mechanic from back in the day when opening a manual time gate gave you 3 random champions and you'd get stuck with stuff you didn't want, and people preferred, like, they put in this refund to get you to a full time gate faster. It was still bad. It was just less bad, right? So it's not something I recommend for like anyone. Like, I wouldn't do it on a new account. But it's, there are people that recommend it, and I get mad when they do because they shouldn't be recommending it. It is not a useful mechanic. If I want 8 silver chests of a time gate, which one would be the best to push? I would say get yourself some favor in the first one and then go deep in the second one. And use the favor to go deep. Unless you're at the point where you can just... Yeah, well, I still think... Well, I don't know. Here's the thing. Like, if you get... Here's the trade-off. If you get favor in the first one, you'll level up a little faster. And it may be smoother to go 800 areas, right? But since you're spending the time to get some favor in the first one, you could just spend a little more time and go to 800. Like, you need to decide, and then you could race through the others. You need to decide what is going to feel better for you. I'm at the point where I just do my stuff on the first run, and this isn't even this is a fairly new account still. So you choose you, but not the third one, because the third one is a variant. Like, you don't want to go deep in this ever. No, these are the ones that have no restrictions. These are like free plays. You would do it in one of these. Yes, Umberto was created by Gail Simone in coordination with Codename Entertainment. Did you know you can do this? Did you know you can go in and you can just choose these in advance? If you didn't, now you know. And then I can save it. And because it's loaded in there, it'll load in now when I get there. It won't stop me. Can't stop, won't stop. Well, no, this isn't like, it's not a... The Priv thing doesn't matter. When you're talking about your time gates, you're talking about spending way too much time on a time gate than you do. Oh, Oh, dang it. We're running an ad break for that. Okay, TLDR on the time gate thing. It's really just for late game accounts who are being OCD about their time gates choices. You wouldn't do it any other time. It's really pointless. Like if you're it's for, honestly, it's for 3 champions. It's for Xander, Vlanya, and Solak. If you get them in your time gate and you'd rather have time gate pieces first to do a time gate for somebody else, you pick them, you just immediately close it. You don't do anything. You get 2 time gate pieces back because you never need those 3 champions. So if it had offered me like 3 champions and the 3 champions were Xander, Vlanya, and Solak, then I would have gone in, I picked one, immediately closed it, gotten 2 time gate pieces, and then I'd just be like, well, I'm closer to getting somebody that's actually useful. Right? That's how it works. There's no point to it otherwise. Silent Wolf says, I was told to do the first objection and then close the time gate. Logic explained to me was that 1 time gate piece refunded was worth more than the 2 gold chests from doing the other objectives. Look, I think that's ignorant, personally, because gold chests, like, give me gold chests. Good lord, that's a chance. That's a chance at epic gear. Was in this era of, I've got how many? We're not even 30 days of play in, and I have 56 champions. That time gate piece isn't worth that much at all. Now, at some point in the past, man, I don't know, pre-Hank, that logic might have been valid. Like before Hank ever entered into the game. Now it's not. Definitely not in the Tales of Champions era. So I don't find the value in that. I don't think that's some seriously subjective math, regardless, because you can't compare a time gate piece to gold chests. There's no valid comparison there. Because the reality is, what is, six time gate pieces get you 3 gold chests out of a time gate. That means two time gate pieces is worth a single chest. I mean, and you're giving up 2 chests, so 4 time gate pieces worth to get back. No, yeah, I don't see how that math ever worked. And if you're trying to reference like, well, you could flex them in an event and then get lots of stuff. Well, that's not everybody can get lots of, but that's a whole other situation. Right? Wait, what is that? I keep getting asked to select my choices even if loading save formation. So I have the, oh, that's the wrong button. I load the formation here in the Mojang core with set formation enabled. And then I just make sure the spec choices are what I want it to be and save it. And then as long as the formation is set up, then when I go to level champions on my next run, even, it's not going to stop me at the spec choice thing. You have to have saved the formation with the spec choices, or saved the formation and then gone in and pre-chose the spec choices before you level them up enough, one or the other. Manadler, weren't there some that you said were, if not as bad as the Dead 3, nearly as bad? Might have been Paulton. I didn't say it was Paulton. In terms of usefulness in the game, I mean, Binwin would have been a low priority, but he's about to get a rework, and I'm hoping it's good. Like, I mean, there's some champions that just aren't great, like nerds, but they're an evergreen, so. I mean, yeah, like Talon's not amazing. Didar's about to get a rework. Nahara just isn't a good DPS. She's a party bus, and that's the only thing that's useful. Brig probably won't get a rework as much as I'd love to see because he's related to Vlanya. It's in the same affiliation, and they just won't want to bring attention to that affiliation. Yeah, I mean, these are fine. Prudence needs a rework. She's not great right now. But that's different. Needing a rework is different from never gonna get better, right? So like Brig and Ariza are part of Vlanya's affiliation, and so by relationship might never get a rework, even though they've got a great relationship with Jason Charles Miller. With both the creator, I think Ariza's creator, they had a really good relationship with her for a long time. So I don't see that being a problem. I just wish I think with Brig and Ariza, I'd like them to take away the affiliation tag, right? And rework them. Because for a long time they didn't have that. Like I think for a while there wasn't even an affiliation tag in the game, and then unfortunately then they added it, and then all hell broke loose. Which is unfortunate timing again. Well, it's not even that. It's just, well, I mean, I guess you could say unfortunate timing. I mean, stuff was going to come out eventually. If it had come out sooner, then maybe they wouldn't have had that tag. Basically, but oh well. Oh well. No, Paulton isn't even useful for Trials Scales Duty anymore because Trials is changing. So don't do that Paulton investment thing that people were doing. Silly. That was always high. I've got so many blacksmithing contracts. I don't care anymore. That was that level of like, yeah, then do whatever you want. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah, like Bayou Shakira has it in chat. I'm not even gonna say it again because it's like, it's that straightforward. It's, you wouldn't be missing the other person anyway, really. I guess unless you're a Makos bomber. Christina Ariel, that's her name. No, there wouldn't be they wouldn't do a new Sirens. I just take the tag away from all of them. Remove the affiliation from the game, and then new players coming in won't see a direct affiliation and won't worry about it. They just become unaffiliated champions like they were when they were first put into the game. Denora have any use? He's going to get a rework soon, so maybe. He's currently a crowd control champion. Like that's, you know, currently most of his use. And outside of that, it's like meh. Yeah. He used to be used for Azaka farming, but we don't even, you know, that's, he has a sticky gold debuff for Azaka farming, which I guess would work in Makos bombing too. But if JCM can leave Godhead for a solo career, so can Brig. Exactly. Exactly. Then we need a Symphony Brig outfit. That's basically what Jason wears when he goes and sings at the Final Fantasy Eorzean Symphony stuff. with a full like symphony orchestra behind him in front of a packed concert hall. Yeah, that'd be great. Nope. All right, let's do Venus's. 13. Wow. Cooldown on our ultimate's actually useful. Okay. Oh, I need to move this up because we just got another one, so now it's going up to 17. Progress isn't. We're moving backwards by unlocking our progress tracker by unlocking more champions. Is there significance cycle? Event rares? Just because blue is kind of like that champion's now solidly geared. We just don't. Yeah, I mean, you know, ultimately you're chasing full epic, but we're not even to the point where we can even consider that yet. So we're just trying to get them out of greens, like. Once they're out of greens, then you know they don't get any. They'll never get anything out of electrums, really. I mean, except for duplicates. Right now, there is a chance that a blue could drop from an electrum, and can gear them up. But I'm not like I opened like I don't know 10 to 15 of them one day and got 0 blues, and I was like, well, we're not going to burn through these just to get maybe 2 or 3 blues. It's just not worth it. So. We get them slowly over time, but I'm keeping these for the electrums I hold on to for when we get new event champs, because Diana's at her cap. She can't dump tons of electrums on me anymore. We're already there. Yeah. There's more of a significance to the like full epic on your core and evergreens, or even. Yeah, just because then, you know, then there's a switch to, there we go. Then there's a switch to like, we can start, you know, it's better than to open patron chests, because if you get an epic out of a patron chest, then it's going to be guaranteed to go on an event champion instead of onto, you know, one of your core and evergreens that you could have gotten it out of with just regular gold chests, like that kind of stuff. Like that's the big thing is if I can get to the full epic on my core evergreens, then we can nail this blue progress like super fast. Like it would take literally like that, basically that many chests, because you're guaranteed a blue. We got 4 champions for each bench seat. Boom. All right. I'm going to give us electrums for it. All right, so we're going to do split the party 3 after this. Like right after this. Let me pull that up. Let me pull the guide up. We can make sure it works. All right. We will get another core. And then I will care more about trying to unlock gem familiars because I have another core that I want to sacrifice a couple familiars to. Don't forget the Bruno over at this time. I did most of it last time. I just forgot the last one. So here's our real progress one. I should probably change the event rares up to, yeah, you know what? We're going to do that. And we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. There. That's a better tracker right now for where we're at. Time gate slot doesn't matter. Calyx, Daub, or Wolfgar. Interesting. So Wolfgar is the tank for the Companions of the Hall. So if you were going to build a Dritz-based DPS formation, you would want Wolfgar. He's also got a breaker mechanic, I believe, but he's really at his best with the Companions. Daub is a... Man. Daub's got a solid... If I remember correctly, hold on. I got to make sure I'm talking about the right person, because sometimes I... Daub has a great buff and gold find feature. They do want to be... You know, they don't need to be dropped in right away in a run, but they are... It is something that triggers occasionally as you're moving, so it's good to have them in. And so can be a real strong gold find champion in 12. As long as you ramp them up during the gold find run. And then Calyx can be a pretty strong buffer. They also have a speed spec that's favored foe based. And they have feats to add favored foes, and so they can actually be used to generate lots of enemies because they'll generate a favored foe from each of their favored foe stuff. It's pretty interesting. Oh God. Really? This variant's gonna make me crabby. Okay. Get up here. Are you really stuck in that spot? Wow. There we go. This is where it's good to have a breaker. So we've got Esmeralda's going to help us out with this. Getting through these crabs. And then we want... Which is the one? It's the one that makes him attack. Howl at the Moon. Yes. He's a base attack cooldown reduction. Yes, that's the one. Basically, he's going to make it so that we attack faster. He's got a moon phase thing going on. It's overlaid over him here. And so his buffs shift between attack speed and damage based on the phase of the moon. And his ultimate recharges based off the phase of the moon. So if you do it at the right time, you can fire his ultimate off, have the moon phase change, reset the ultimate, and then fire it off again. Which I think is a thing you have to do maybe for his achievement. I can't remember. I think it's his achievement. So his moon thing transforms into a werewolf and leaps an enemy. This is why he's a moon phase. Oh, we did the thing. How quick does it? Oh yeah, so it's about a minute left instead of 2 minutes. So we want to be towards. So the full white. Yeah, so you would want to fire it off now, and then he would get it right back right at the end of that. That's how it would work. The thing that we love about him is a whole other ability. It's Lament the Lost. Desmond increases the damage of all champions by 200%, stacking multiplicatively for each slot in the formation that contains a dead or undead champion or is taken up by an escort character or object. This is why people love Desmond. This is his big synergy ability. So it used to be that you'd put him in if you had like 2 or more escorts, and then you'd add the dead champions that are currently in the game in, and then he'd give you a big buff. But now you do it and you just add Cass in, and then Cass can make everyone undead eventually, and yeah, then it gets even bigger. So that's his big synergy is with undead and escorts. So if you're doing Cass DPS, you want Desmond, because why not get that full synergy all the time? But then you keep Desmond in your pocket for those variants where there's lots of escorts. I don't really think it does much at 1. 2 is 3 is usually where I think it really kicks in. But yeah. All right, we can open up his chest now. Looking for greens. Hey, we got one. Awesome. Basically, just to reduce the number, there we got 2. To reduce the number of electrums we have to use, hopefully. And place Carlock in C4? I mean, that's who I use, yes. But I'm talking generally about who people could use for their account. But again, if I end up in a variant where there's 3 or more escorts, I'm going to run Cass with Desmond. Like, you know, you do other things in variants, like not all about, you know, variants are about having to use other champions than what you're normally using. There's all the greens. Okay, we're full green. Then we can open these up. I don't have to worry about that anymore. Generic damage all champions. Boo. Ultimate attack damage. Boo. That's not what we want. Cass make escorts on it? No. Only player characters. Only main characters like champions, not NPCs. We want Lament the Lost. Come on. Because Lament the Lost is a pre-stack, so this is one of the things we like about it. We really want to get that blue. What we'd love to get is an epic on Lament the Lost, but we at least want it blue so he can do his thing. But now, if we come in here, you'll see this is green unlock. Boom, we come over here, split the party 3. Green check mark, green check mark. We're ready to go and get our sleepy core. That's what I call it. I call it the sleepy core. It's the magic core. But it will magically make you not care about it. But yeah, no, there aren't any abilities other than Desmond, like this, other than people who have an ability like Lament the Lost where they buff based off escorts. Abilities in general from champions don't affect escorts. All right, we're done. We're closing this gate. Closed. Converting Icewind Dale. My name's Dale. Icewind Dale. All right. Come over here. Why is that? There it goes. Boom, boom. Oh, nope. First things first. I'm the realist. First things first, we come in here and we change seat 1 to Brunor and put Brunor in the party, and then we close it. Why? Because Split the Party has this silly auto load feature, and it's going to auto load whoever's in seat 1, and we want it to be Brunor. Let me get my prediction up. Start prediction. Will Brunor live? All right, in chat, you can decide, is Bruner going to live through Split the Party? Through the first split? Going back to basics here. I'm going to get our initial... So can't do that. Grits there for now. Put this all back on the cores as far as we can. Okay. Hashtag Bruner lives. Okay, so Split the Party 3. You gotta have 4 champions at each slot to get here, or another way to think about it is for Split the Party 3, you need 3 extra champions in every bench seat beyond your core. Splits are in 13, 27, 37 as always, but this time it's 70% of your champions are removed, rounding up. Yeah. So if we use 3 or fewer champions, all of them are going to get removed because math, because one, I mean, if there's 1, it's getting removed. If there's 2, well, 1.4 are getting removed and it's rounding up. If it's 3, 2.1 are getting removed, it's rounding up. So you want 4 champions at a minimum. At minimum. You want as much gold find as you can get. So from your Modron core or potions, we're gonna throw down an hour-long potion and an hour-long speed potion. Because that's the way I roll. Right. It just the speed and the gold find make this so much quicker because we are gonna need all of it. All right, so for me, pre-13, I recommend a 7 champ stack. Oh boy, I forgot about this. Because 7 is going to remove 5, right? 7 times 7 is 49, so 4.9. So we're going to lose 5 champions. So we're going to have Bruno, we're going to have Celeste in here. We're going to get some Nayeli tanking up front. We're going to get Jarlaxle in as our damage dealer. We're going to push. So this one, I'm like, I'm not waiting around. I'm not messing around either. Because the damage, like the health of these enemies is scaling even worse than ever before. Look at this. We're already up. We get Master of Piracy going. We can get the gold find. We can get the tank. Remember, you want Oath of Devotion for tanking for her. You want Life Domain here so that Celeste can heal all the way to the front. Oh my god, we're just racing through this. Racing Majere. Wait, no, that's not it. Everything is going to be a Raceland Majere pun until they get into the game, and then probably after. All right, we also want... Ooh, we want Calliope? Really? 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 I want Hitch. I said I was going to put Calliope. I mean, my guide says Calliope. I'm not going to do it. Okay. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to follow my guide. All right. I'm not following my guide. All right. Bruner lived, folks. Bruner lived. Let's get our prediction done. Choose the outcome. Bruner lived. Complete prediction. All right. Everybody gets paid out. So second set. We got to build the tree. We got to beat the tree boss. This is why I did not load in everything like it said to. I'm gonna need a tank because we lost Nayeli. We've got some Calliope. We're gonna go Calliope in her College of Lore spec so that she's shielding as often as possible. We're going to do Ashara and Potpourri, which is her DPS, her self DPS spec. None of that really matters. We do need a tank. We're going to go Tyrell. The tank. And then we need some kind of other support. Because we need 5. Wait. 70% with 4 is 2.8. We lose 3 of these. I mean, maybe we just try this. Okay. So, let me see. Yeah. I think everybody chose Bruno lived. All right, let's do another prediction. Will Bruno live? You get 2 minutes. To decide if Bruno's going to live or not. I think we're going to have to add more to this. But... Oh, we got through the tree. Okay, that's the big problem. Here on out, we just need more damage. More damage. But we're making a lot of money, so... It helps that we have a fairly developed Modron core also, right? It does help. It's only level 5, but we piped it out pretty well. And Moro says, that was weird. Trials forced 6 or so beasts at the beginning point a lot with apparently 0 HP just sitting there. Oh, I don't know. It sounds like a bug. I probably assumed you have decent chance for split to party 3 at this stage. I mean, that you have a lot. My assumption is that you have a lot. So if you want to overpower it, you can. People complained before that I was using too few champions in my examples. And I was like, that seems like a silly thing to complain about. But I guess they were like, it's underpowered. You could have way more power. And it's like, sure. I mean, I can see that. So we kind of started doing that. Who do I want to add in? Buffer. Just as a buffer. Well, I mean, if only in the Windfall unlock were 50 areas with a fixed number of splits, right? And things just got more difficult like this. And it'd be fine. We are going to 27 this time, so we do have a ways to go, and this is where we're running into damage issues. So Sentry is not helping us as much as we wanted. Yeah. We're gonna have to start bringing some other people in. She is never coming near my formation. Dragon bait. Jamila is not going near split the party 3, folks. That's not a thing that's gonna happen. There we go. There's a split. All right. Hey, what do you know? Bruner's alive. What do you know? What do you know? All right. Get your payouts. Get your payouts here. Now we got to make it to 37. Right? That's where we're going. Yeah, 37. Okay. All right, Bruno, just level up a bit, would you? We're gonna need you. Archon is not coming near this. Who could we lose? We could lose Bobby. Could make this a Dark Urge run. No, what if we did? What if we do the fallbacks formation for this part? I mean, that doesn't suck, right? Kazran DPS. We gotta move this back. We gotta fall back a little bit here. mark. Then we need a tank. King of Shadows. Yeah, well, we could do Dynahair with Minsk as a tank. We're high enough that I'm a little worried, so we're gonna go King of Shadows. So that's 6. We'd be losing 5. Yeah. Okay, everybody got their payout. Let's do the last prediction. Nemuro says, I was holding out to get a familiar for 420 platinum, but 7 Modron chests for 672 is pretty good too. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Jam Jam DPS is better than Jam Jam support. That's because Jam Jam isn't a support. FBEXL, what's the Trials Day 1 range for a normal solo again? You were saying like E182 to something, and someone needs to know the top end because they went a little high. 270. Okay, then they're good. Whoever we were talking to, now I've forgotten, but somebody at the beginning was like, I got to 240. I was scared. I was like, ooh. Okay, so it's in the range. It's in the range. That's fine. All right, we're doing pre-stack of bargaining power. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's see. So we were reading the Anson blog earlier. I was explaining that all the fallbacks together are the good combo. We're only up to E17 at the moment. But I think part of that is because we're not fully leveled up. But we were getting like E27 or so. Gotta love all that gold. There's our split. Bruner lived. Oh my god. How does he do it? How does he do it? Every time. All right, now we can build an actual formation. God dang it. Level up first. Leandra, this evening there was a blog post about event augments. I have a nagging suspicion that the beloved auto blacksmith contributes an awful lot of power for newer players. Why is it a nagging suspicion? I mean, that absolutely happens. I don't understand the nagging suspicion part of that. That's an absolute fact. And 2, in a time gate choice between Calyx and Brig, I'm going for Brig again. Brig? Brig or Briv? Because Brig isn't very good. Brig Hellclaw. He's the dragon. He's the bard. Are you talking Brig or Briv? And also, I mean, if you haven't got Calyx, why not just then get Calyx? I don't understand. Yeah, it doesn't actually get you extra coins. Well, it does. It's the challenge coins for chat. It's grudge coins for chat. Good. If you, well, oh, I know what's going on. I think what happened is because no one, basically you're gambling against other people, and because no one bid against you, no one said Bruno dies, so there's nothing to win. You just got all your stuff back. It relies on somebody gambling the other side of it. And nobody did. Because everybody knows better. At this point, everybody knows better than to bet against Brunor. All right, we want Karlach. Lae'zel is actually not someone that we want here, so we'll probably use. Oh, Shandy's in. Maybe Caddy Bree. I need to see tanks. Oh, this is gonna be good. Yeah. Give me that. Give me a little of that action. Ooh, yeah. We'll just do Diana. We're gonna do Yorvin. Yeah, I need a tank though. And that's why I was saving that, because I was like, Egbert might actually step up. Yep, and they did. All right. We just got to level everybody up, and we will finish Split the Party 3. Or we should finish Split the Party 3. But yeah, there's usually somebody, usually at least one person votes that Brunor dies knowing that it's going to live just to feed some stuff into the pool, but nobody did. Nobody did. Well, so Iliandris, you're not locked out of flexing them just because you got them in a time gate. You can get them in a time gate, enjoy them right now, and then flex them later for all the buffs and chests and jazz. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't waste a time gate on a bad champion. Get a champion. Like, get something useful. Even if you plan on flexing an event, that's just more gear. But like, you get to use them in the meantime. This one, because he's a buffer. Oh, I needed to pick the right hand spec, but that's okay. We should still have more than enough damage. And we soft capped at area 39. So much damage. Yeah, so the hour-long potions were overkill, but I had them. Okay, there's Split the Party 3. We're done. Optimal way to your time gate chain would be Electrums to blue. No! Electrums never to blue. Electrums and silvers never to blue. No, never. If you're going to use a combination of Electrums and silvers, it's just to get you to green or better. And I have now changed my my recommendations basically based on how many Electrums you have. If you have a bajillion Electrums, then start with Electrums until you're all green, and then stop, and then dump the silvers in just for the duplicate item levels, and then go named gold, because it's the golds that's going to get you to blues. But if you don't have a lot of Electrums, or if you're trying to ration out your Electrums like I am, you start with the named silvers. Start with some of the named silvers. Which is why I went to 6. I opened those first in hopes I got greens out of them. But then it's Electrums to green, and then it's the golds to blue. I don't understand. People in the Discord still tell people to take get to champions to blue with Electrums, that's the most efficient thing. And I'm like, I've never understood. Never understood that. Okay. So now I have all the parties. I have all the parties, and I can rock the magic core back here if I want to. I can rock if I want to. Just like the other, I got to get to level 3 to get this powered up. So it would have to be run manually in the background to do anything, which is sad. Sad. I don't know that I'm. Here's what our fast core looks like. Level 5 fast core. This is what helped us out there a bit. We had 480% gold find from this one. And another 80% from this one. So the total was 944% gold find plus the potion, plus whatever else we had. That helped. That definitely helped. All right, we're going back to Icewind Dale. The Spire of Aerial Arthas. Wait, what the heck? Oh, okay. Bobby, is that what we're doing? Yeah. All right, let's get the potions. And we'll zip right along. What do we get? Split the party 3. We got a single Modron chest for that. Wow. Wow, stingy. Meh, it's fine. Ooh, 2 in 2 out. Yes, 2 in 2 out from the bottom and the left to the top to the right. That's a solid directed crosspiece. This could actually help us in our fast core. That's actually a great one for our fast core, current fast core layout. Got a dupe of that. I mean, we just got that one. Well, that's not bad. That's the same one. We've now gotten 3 of those out of 3 chests. That's not great for what we're doing at the moment. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. This was Desmond's last chest. What do we got? Another damage all champion. That's great. Not what we want. Yeah, so Desmond ended up with 3 greens. So did Vinner. So didn't get any lucky dupes, or not dupes, but not lucky double blues. So they're just going to they'll either get their blues from patron chests or electrums as we're opening up electrums. Oh, dang it. All right, how are we on gems? Not a lot, because we were doing time gates. There's Niali's epic. Nope. Got her one closer. One closer. Yeah. So I was trying to stack up some of these. I think that's enough. For if we ever need them for Venersa. I'll keep those. Still dumping into Sentry, trying to get her to 100. All right, so we've done all the split the parties now, which we've never really bothered with. We would usually get 1 and 2 done because fast core, and then we'd never get around to 3. We just wouldn't get enough champions. Wouldn't even be targeting it. And yeah, here we are. Yeah, here we are. I did that already. Why are you... All right, the newsletter codes have started to go out. For the weekend. That. Hey, it's the gold pranked chest. Make us client Cosrin, Lark, and Baldric. Yeah, we'll open that. All duped, yeah, because everybody's blue or better already out of that group. It's just hoping for an epic. There's an epic for Delana, and raced through the pity timer. Didn't even have to bother with it. A lucky epic? No, lucky epic. 1 left for her. Dritz, Jarlaxle, and Blue Shear, the last... Oh, Minsk. Those are the last ones I have 2. Alright, Minsk, baby. How far are we going here? Like 600? Yeah. Alright. So we talked yesterday about how basically at this point, as we've just slammed so much progress onto this account, what we need is just to get through all of the storyline adventures that we can do to get as many easy gems as possible on the way to and grab some of the easy patron variants or efficient patron variants. On the way to basically just building a gem farm, and we'll see what that looks like to build out a gem farm. We've never done that on stream, like trying to fully flesh out a basic gem farm. When we get to that, when we get to just automated gem farming on stream, that'll give me a chance to we'll check in on it every now and then while I update guides. I'll update guides on stream while a gem farm runs, and while we slowly slowly manage a gem farm, manage and improve a gem farm. Because right now, this is the best gem farm we could get. Just doing adventures with a team that's going real fast, knocking those adventures out, and collecting not only the gems along the way, but these fatty rewards at the end. Yeah, the reward is the gems we made along the way. Yeah. Pretty much. That or the gems are the friends we made along the way. We know. The friends are the gems we made along? No. No, yeah. I don't know. The gems were inside us the whole time. Don't tell the Dark Urge that. He'll just cut you open and take the gems. Gotta get off that face, that derpy face. At least I don't feel like Vinurse is staring at me in judgment. It's the lack of eyes, you know? Okay, so let's just, I'm gonna hop over here. Just want to make sure, yeah, the progress is correct and it sucks. Okay. So if we were to go all the way over here, we would also activate Mert, Mad Wizard. We put a familiar here and a familiar here. Except that didn't load in Bruno. We would want Bruno out here. Yeah. It's not the right button, Garwar. Where is it? Oh, because it's not, we don't have automation. God dang it. This is it. This is just, we just gotta let it do its thing. All right. Do the 4 elements from the 5th element count as the gems inside us? I don't. I mean, and what I thought the 5 elements were earth, wind, fire, bullshit, and love. Aren't those the 5 elements? Yeah, I could be wrong. I would like to do another deep favor run here. Try to get down here. We got to E36. I think we've got a shot. At the very least, we could definitely get this with another deep favor run. Modest score is 15. All right, on to the lawful core. Yeah. I got double fives. I got a pair of fives over here, and then a one. Fives. This one's ahead at the moment, but this will probably catch up over the weekend. Used a 15-minute potion. We're 9 minutes into it, and we've gone over 500 areas. Progress, right? Compared to, 3 weeks ago. Hell, just even 2 weeks ago, or even a week ago, that wasn't a thing. Wasn't a thing. Yeah, I haven't been updating this already. We got 2. Gotta get used to that. Nothing. How's our scales looking? Good. Cleared 10,000. Bobby's been doing some work. Weekend chest advertises what we're seeing by the newsletter. Oh, I need to restart. It's the prank chest. I just opened one on stream. Pranked. Gold pranked chest or something. Reminder, deep favor gold or speed, then pushed him last. And gold pushed dirty. Like if you're doing a deep favor run, like any adventure, you should start with your speed champion. And then switch to your pushing champions and have and then dirty gold farm as you're getting closer to the finals. The final part. Okay. This one, yes. The pranked chat. These are platinum, but you get a gold one in your newsletter. But it's for Mako's Calliope, Kazrin, Lark, and Baldric. Which is the group that's the Mischief Makers Weekend. Interesting. Now, if you have a gold find, if you're using somewhat like a gold find champion that has to ramp up during their run, like Penelope or Daub, they need to be in early. If you got Freely needs to be in at Area 1, right? Ball of Yithrin. As opposed to the summer or the winter or the spring. Nice thing for tablets is autographs and things like, yeah, it's because they're not allowed. I don't think they're allowed to use codes to give stuff away. through like the app stores. So once you sign up, it auto feeds it to you. Yeah, for some reason though, the newsletter one they don't like that. Like regular giveaways from the cut, like that's different. Yeah, I don't know that you'd have to ask the devs why it's different. But I remember them talking about it once, but it's been too long ago to remember exactly what's going on there. But it's something on the platform side for sure. Boom. Progress. All right. 15 left. That's 75,000 gems at most. At most, and we'll be done. And we'll be full epic. So, the variants that we've now unlocked here that we want to do are alien allies, base area completion of 550, so all the patrons will be higher than that, which means a good chunk of influence and some currency. It's, you know, this is the least restrictive we could get. All the restriction is really you're down one. You're down one champion. The best we could pull. Keep your friends close. Again, down one champion. In Icewind Dale, this is as efficient as we could get them. Everything else is, you know, you can still use all of the people that you would normally want to use. And then, I think it's probably under the Fall of Ythryn, called Icequake. The two of the three are open now. So under the Fall of Ythryn, I think Icequake is where it is under there. And that's the last one. So there's just three kind of efficient variants here. And we'll see if we have the power to complete them. There's also the Xeraphon unlock, a lesson in classes. That we'll have access to if we want to unlock Xeraphon. I don't want to unlock Xeraphon for multiple reasons. One, Xeraphon's not that great. For them to have a decent buff, you basically have to AFK and let them ramp stuff up, like their ultimate. You just got to hit their ultimate like over and over and over and over and over again. So it's just a time. It's like one of those time ramps. Not great. Also, it would set back our progress to full epic on our Corver Greens by 6. No thanks. At the moment, it's not worth. We have 57 champions. I've got all 4 of the first patrons. I'm not worried about a race into Elminster. We've got split the party 1, 2, and 3 done. I do not need to add Xeraphon to my roster. It's better to focus on what I have right now than to add another evergreen champion. Like for overnight deep push for trial, I mean, I don't even know. They're not that great, but like the best you can make them is if you leave them and let them like max out their time-based ramp. And I can't remember how long it takes. It varies because it's their ultimate's cooldown timer is based off your formation. So you have to build a formation that's going to let them ramp up their ultimate as quick as possible if you're going to stack it. And that might be a different formation than the one you actually use to push with. Like, it's a messed up mechanic, honestly. Xeraphon is... Yeah, I wish they were willing to rework Evergreens. Because Xeraphon's just not good. Not good. Are we going on this one? 625? 625. Yeah, we're at 11x speed, so we're just flying along. Nothing. Yeah, I mean, I like doing a lesson in classes just for the challenge of it. It's interesting. You can only have, like, a class can only appear in the formation once. So you've got to, you know, you have to build a really specific combination of champions. But we just don't, I don't want to move my timer back like that right now. My timer. My progress tracker back like that right now. And we only need 15. I would like to get to, I'd like to get it done. And then, because if I can get that down to 0, I can spend excess patron currency on patron chests, open them, and we can get all of our event champions to blue or better real quick and get a chance at some epics on them. That is way more valuable to my progress right now than getting Xeraphon. If I really want to get to some brief jumping around, some offline cooking for times for spirit, I want to make it a start. Just on stream gem. I'm not necessarily, I mean, we're gonna, what's gonna happen is we're gonna gem farm, like we'll have it AFK on the stream. That doesn't necessarily mean it's only gonna be while streaming, because once a gem farm starts, like, it's not like you need to watch anything, right? Like on stream, I'll be updating guides. I'll have it in the background. We can answer questions and stuff, and people can see the progress. But I don't know yet if I'm going to limit it to on stream only at that point. I just won't do any actual content off stream. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I want to see what happens. I want to see, like, how quickly does, once you set up like a gem farm, how quickly do you get your just gem farming team built, right? It's going to be, oddly enough, a little slower than this. But, yeah. We'll still do event stuff on stream. Well, that's what Iliandris, that's the other thing, is that it sets back the notary gem into chest thing, but it's more like the more important thing is the access to, well, more efficient use spend of your patron currency. Like, because I could buy patron chests and open them right now. It's just if they dropped an epic, it could go to my core evergreens, and I'd feel bad. And I'd feel bad about it. You could do it. Yeah, I definitely don't think I'd run like a 24-hour gem farm on it. I just don't know that it would only be the stream. We'll see. Hadn't really thought about it yet. Yeah, I mean we've got a shiny blue Relic Stack of Many Things, and we've got the gem card and the Celestial Suite. So she's almost fully decked out. The only thing I would add to this would be for gem farming, I would add Asteria's Love. But we have a lot of feats to get for other people. Yeah, we're nowhere near finished. It's like we're up to about 33% Eliwick gem card. A third of the way there. Diana's already at 266 out of 400, and I think we've got another feat still to get. She needs the 80% feat. This one. That would be the next 50k feat I would try to get. For anybody who didn't wasn't around earlier, there's the blog for Anson. He's going to be the tank for the fallbacks. It looks pretty good. We'll see. It's really going to... Here's the problem. His numbers look neat. And there's potential for pre-stack. The problem is, kind of like Havilar. Havilar's numbers look neat. But then Havilar, in trying to get to the numbers, like the stacks, to give her power, she just falls over. She just can't take the beating. I'm worried Anson's going to be the same situation. Yeah. They're both tanks with without any real survivability feature. And they tried to bury this survivability feature on Uggy, but it would only ever work on the closest enemy. Like, it would only ever work in a case of everything else is dead except for the boss, and that's not where you even need it most of the time. So almost done. Oh, hell, like for Carlock stacks up super easy. I have an issue with her because she can start on attack instead of just getting hit. But like Havilar and Anson have to get hit. All right. So Icequake is the last of the easy, like I said, efficient patron variants because it's max health damage constantly, but you can use whatever formation you want. Champion damage gets reduced, but again, 99.9% isn't as big as you think it is. So this would be the last of the efficient patron variants in Icewind Dale. Lessening classes is the Xeraphon unlock. Again, we're not going to do that one. So let's go see how well we do here. Hey, well, you know what? No. Let's go back over here. Everlasting Rhyme. We're going to do a favor run. We're going to do a favor run. Oh no, I don't have any of these, but that's okay. I think we're to the point where I can do these, and it's fine. Sure. Okay. Oh, the Berserk mechanic. Yeah, I don't like the Berserk mechanic. That's what Anson and Havilar have, a Berserk mechanic. I'm not a fan so far. So far, I'm not a fan. Anson's is like a watered down version too. Like it's only a single hit. It's like a hit for, only if he has Uggy, and then it's on the closest enemy only. It's like wow. Like so when you're in an actual fallbacks formation, but it sucks to be Anson. Like that just feels bad. Well, I mean, it's not so. They said the rage mechanic that Havilar and Anson have, where they enrage the mobs so they actually reach the party. That's not. No, that's not the point of it. But I think you're misunderstanding the point of it. It's not so that they actually reach the party. They're going to reach the party anyway. It's so that when you get deep enough where you're pushing with Hellish Rebuke, they reach the party faster. Not so they reach the party at all. Just so that they reach the party faster. The problem is once they get there, if you're really pushing deep, that the damage reduction just doesn't mean anything. There's no actual survival mechanism except you're going to take a little less damage, but like with large numbers, that doesn't mean much. Yeah. So it just gets to a point where it's like, okay, you're just making me die faster. You're just making me die faster because because the tanks have no way to stay alive. With Uggy on Baldric, it might be fine. But again, like in a fallbacks formation, Uggy's supposed to be on Kazran, is my understanding. So when you suddenly you're taking away like all the benefits and the things that are actually going to help you with that formation just for the sake of damage, then you become a glass cannon formation. Yeah, Anson seat 1. Well, again, you're not supposed to ramp it up on a place where they're insta dying. It's supposed to be a mechanic that builds up as you go deeper. You then build more damage because it takes you longer to kill them. That's the idea behind it. The problem is the tanks just fall over. So you get no damage. All right, we're going to go as far as we can here. We've got a pushing formation saved already that's built around Carlock, of course. And we've got a gold farming formation built because we've done a gold farm here because we're at E36, Oral's favor. But we're going to be shooting, I mean, you know, just getting to E38 would get us the tier 4 global, which is more event damage, which means 5x Carlock damage. What we really want is E46. I don't know if we're going to hit it, but we're going to try. We really want E46 so that all of our potions are 25% more effective. I mean, this, you know, this brings in the air. At that point, then Shandy probably isn't necessary anymore because we got a legendary potion and these others. Like Shandy probably isn't necessary right now. We can start bringing Lark in for his speed effect. Yeah. It's one of the blessings where I make an exception for the warning. If I'm done with what I would want to do in Icewind Dale, then sure. Why not? But while I still have stuff to do in Icewind Dale, I want the favor. Just in case, just to make sure I've got the ability to overlevel or heal on a difficult fight or something. But yeah, it's pretty nice. And then our gold find will be more efficient, like gold find potions, you know, they're more efficient. Health, damage, everything just gets better. Everything just gets better with that level. But it really brings you into the era of super potion efficiency. Hey, progress. We just got a Dritz epic too, so you got another one. So that means he should be done, I think. Oh, got another one. Beat the pity timer. What we want to see. Yeah. Nile fell off, Dritz fell off. Awesome. Awesome. Minsk and Jarlax and Blue Shees still need 2 each. But otherwise, anyone that gets an epic from this point on is off the list. I like that. I like that. And any better progress at all? Not really. Slowly pushing. Slowly getting some Mert stuff, but I just figured we'd aim for Mert because he's the one that has the lowest amount of currency. Mert always has the lowest amount of currency, basically, because Mert's area goals are lower, so the currency rewards are lower. So everybody else is going to have more currency than, going to generate more currency than Mert. Kind of a sad but silly feature of how they made the currency work. Yeah. I almost would have preferred if, oh, I don't know. I get why they did what they did because they had a shop that they wanted to put stuff in and sell. But at a certain point, no one cares about the shop anymore, right? Like you've gotten everything out of the shop and all you're getting is your chests each time. So at a certain point, it would have just been better to like reward you chests Just, hey, here's a chest, and here's more chests, and like as you go through stuff, like, well, here's more chests. That's not what they did. Because then at least everybody, if you did it that way, like you could, all the patrons would dole out equal amounts of chests, but they don't. They don't. Well, no, I mean, that's not cannibalizing the monetization. They're literally giving us the currency to buy the stuff. So it's not like. What I'm saying is instead of a variant, a patron variant rewarding you the currency to go buy the chest, just give you the chest. That's not changing, and it's just taking the, it's just ensuring that all the patrons give the same amount. Yeah, they're giving it to you anyway. It's just, you know, like Elminster gives you more than anyone, right? Yeah. 4 gem cards on Eliwick. Wow. Potions are the worst. Especially in the era of the apothecary. Like pre-apothecary, there were times where you might come in here and buy one of these. But now, not worth it. I'm sad to see that I don't have any of these epics. We haven't been getting these. We've been getting lots of the hour long. But at least we got the gold finder. I'm feeling my party, I better stop looking at Bud. Well, I mean, he can break. If he goes zero up here, then he'll start showing up down here as your Bud setter. I mean, it could push you further than you've ever gone before. But Freely does add the potential to make, to break your, to add a bug to the party that gives you more damage than you should have. I mean, right now, it's still Ezel setting Bud, but at some point, Freely may set her Bud. Because he's broken. Well, just because there's a bug related to debuffers. It's not just him. It would happen with Orkira as well. They're the two big offenders, but it can be all debuffers. Oh, Strongheart DP. No, that's not what happened. That's not the... No. If Strongheart's showing as your DPS, that shouldn't be a Freely issue. Shouldn't be? I mean, there's an argument that it could be if you got a lot of the right stacks on somebody and Strongheart hit them, but that's a different scenario. Strongheart doesn't have a debuff, so that's not a Bud's buggy issue.
Damage now. I can't remember how far we got last time here. Was it our area high? 955, it might have been. We're so close to 1,000. So close. Huh. Oh, just the boss was annoying. DPS tag. Here, the roll. These are tags. Anything under, like Barbarian is a class tag. DPS is a role tag. Tiefling is a species tag. Female is a gender tag. These are called tags. So you're looking like, who is it with the DPS role in your party? Because they should be setting Bud, not Strongheart. Like in my party, Lae'zel was setting it first. Now Karlach is. Because Lae'zel was the only DPS tagged person in the party before. She was in a place to get all the buffs. Now Karlach's getting more buffs. So doing more damage. Sharon, King of Shadows. Which one are you pointing your buffs at? Shevik, I'll point my buffs at you if I want to. You aren't the boss of me. So ideally we go another couple hundred areas. We haven't doubled our favor yet, so no real increase. None are targeted by Strongheart? That's a problem. Trying to point at Hitch Esmeralda, they aren't DPS champions. There's your problem. You're trying to point your buffs at champions that aren't DPS champions. Like if they don't have this role, the DPS role, you shouldn't be trying to point your buffs at them. You ain't the boss of me. You ain't my cat. I don't have a cat, so I don't have a boss, apparently. But that's a very true statement. You have a cat. The cat is the boss of you.
There's exceptions to everything, J. Jason's, but the point is they're coming up with Strongheart as their bud setter, and we're trying to figure out why, and it's because they're not pointing buffs anywhere. And that's gonna give them a way more progress if they, learn formation strategy 101. Just point your positionals at the right people. There's so much power left on the table if you haven't been. Like with this party, Briv is buffing everyone behind him. That's great. Eliwick's buffing the column behind her, so our DPS has to be right here. Lae'zel's buffing in the same column, and Strongheart's buffing adjacent, so Lae'zel and Karlach have a chance at being our DPS. Karlach does more damage, so she's our DPS champion. Everyone else buffs fairly indiscriminately, like they're not positional, so they can be anywhere in the party, but if I were to put Karlach somewhere else, then Karlach no longer is getting the benefit of all the buffs. Right? Like if Karlach was up here where Duke Ravengard is, the DPS champion might very well become Lae'zel. Only positionals are Strongheart and Eliwick. Well, then you need to make sure. Well, that's not true because you said King of Shadows is in your formation. King of Shadows has a positional that buffs within 2 columns. So, yeah. So then if you're using King of Shadows as a support tank, then you need King of Shadows, Eliwick, and Strongheart buffing a DPS champion. And you need to find a DPS champion then. Yeah, I mean, if Ashar is a support and is a support spec, then there's no actual DPS in the group, and that's a problem, right? Then they've built a formation that doesn't actually have a DPS champion. Like it's not built around a DPS. It's trying to force a support to be a DPS, and that's not great. That's not a great situation to be in. All right, speaking about a not great situation, let's go all the way back to Area 1 because formation's dying. Let's load in our gold find party. The third trial, this should get. I'm just trying to tell you, like, if you're even in a run like that, you should be trying to, whatever group you're trying to build, you should always be thinking about, I need to make sure I'm pointing my buffs correctly. You have Ravengard out DPS Jam, we're seeing the same buffs. Well, that's a Jam issue, let's be honest. That's just because Jam's bad. Jam's bad. Jam's bad. Yeah, at least she hits 100% of the time. She's got that going for her, which is good. Honestly, I think Jam's best potential damage scenario is with Antreus in the formation. And Antreus buffing everyone so that the shield on Jam is real big and you run that shield spec on her. It feels like the best scenario. Like she has the highest potential damage there. In a functional with a functional party. But I've never tried to like build it out because it's still like, hey, how can I make the worst DPS in Idle Champions? Like, do more damage? Like, that's still going to be the worst champion. You don't even, okay. Yeah, well, I'm not even going to get into it. Not even gonna get into it. I said my piece. I don't need arguments for why. I wasn't asking for arguments about why your champions are in the field. Is that what it said? I said, son. Is that what it said? Okay, so this is our gold find. Is that really? Yeah, okay. E58s now. E58s in gold find compared to pushing party at the E39. Get our friends in here. Get their buffs up. Now, freely sims you get the bud regularly. That's because you went buds buggy. All right, let's go. So we are at E34, Oral's favor. Let's just swap over real quick and soak up some gold. Forgot to save. Forgot to save that. Doesn't really matter. So we were at E34. Now we're going back. E39. E39. So we're already guaranteed to get this, and we're shooting for E46 so that we can hopefully get that tier 5 global done. That's not late game, that's end game. Early, like, brand new player can plop things in and get complete stuff accidentally, and you can continue that for a while, but eventually it's going to be bad. You need to, early game transitioning into mid game. Like I would say mid game, you really need to learn to build formations. Mid game and late game. End game, you just have so much power, stuff just gets done because of legendaries. So yeah, I mean, with Tales of the Champions, you're now you're dumped so much power. You can cruise through so much more. So the new player in early game then becomes real easy. Mid game, you run into walls where you're trying to do this stuff like tier 3 and tier 4, and it's like, like if you're not building good formations, you're gonna have a heck of a hard time at it. Got 38 minutes on our potions. That's the most amount of time we're going to attempt to do this with. Get me an epic. Come on, beat the pity timer for me. Damn. How far am I going to go into this account? I think I've decided that we're gonna do all the easily doable based adventures, and then we're gonna try to then focus on gem farming to see how quickly we could go from getting a bunch of stuff, like getting all 4 patrons, like all 4 of the early patrons. I just call it all 4 patrons because Elminster to me doesn't really count because he's late game and beyond. So the 4 patrons that matter, leveling up your cores, and like we did all 3 split the parties. we got Belushi. Like, so now it's like develop the speed. Will I try to beat tier 4 in events? Probably not. I mean, I'd like to see if we could get to the point where we defeat tier 3. But I don't know. It's the wrong button. I don't know how long that would take. See, especially if we're trying to develop a speed teams, not necessarily developing the pushing team, right? Okay. There we go. We went Bud's bugging. E39. What do we get now? Hey, end game gold. That's not true. That was that's not end game gold numbers, but E41. Okay. Okay. I don't know about that because again, if we're investing all of our gems into our speed team, we're not getting progress on our main team. People don't understand this. Well, I think you're I did one of these runs before where we just tried to build a Briv, like we just tried to dump into Briv. And we hit the hardest wall in the mid game. This is because all of our progress is going on to Briv. Speed team doesn't necessarily create full epic event champions. I want to be very clear. It does not. Patron completion gets you there. You might get new event champions, but it doesn't help you epic your old ones unless you're flexing them. Again, it's gonna be interesting. I don't know. Auto blacksmith also isn't guaranteed. Where to put your efforts to progress better? I mean, you got everything you listed: items, blessings, trials, patron perks. Yes, that's how you do it. Because you got to remember, trials is once a week, right? I'm doing my trials run, so my effort there is just one run a day. And then, I'm doing deep favor runs when they make sense to get blessings, right? Like we just did it. We're doing one now. We've got more. I don't know that we've gotten a ton more power, but oh no, I didn't wanted to be here for that. But we did like one run and then we did another run where we gained a ton of favor. And so there's still more favor to be earned, which is what we're doing right now. We're seeing how much we can get off this next run. But it's, ideally you'd want to spread it out a little bit. Items are just, that's just, you're getting spending your gems on gold chests. You're opening the gold chests. That's going to help. Patron perks. I don't grind those. There's a level of effort you put in there just for efficiency, but once you start doing patron stuff full time, that's late game to me. So getting through mid game is the first part, and that's getting all the base adventures and variants done. I mean, if you just want to do the base adventures and not do the variants, well, then you don't have anything to do for your patrons, right? So you've got to choose some variants to do to then try to do as patron stuff. It's a whole thing, like right there, because they're all a chain. It's all chained together. All right, we're pushing further than we did before. Time gate question. Nudralod, Baldric, Ariza, or Turiel? Never Ariza. Not never Ariza. She's not that good though, so almost never Ariza. I would say Baldric, honestly. Turiel's okay, but if you don't have Baldric, I would say pick up Baldric because Baldric's other teammate is coming out. The final teammate is coming out in the event next week. So picking them up gets you towards a full fallbacks formation. Tails made my patron perks basically 100%. I mean, they'll do that if you have late game power or beyond, right? But if you don't, then it's actually a very not great way to get your influence. Wondering about Bobby co-tanking with only regions. Bobby is not a tank. Good Lord. Bobby is like 8 years old. He is not a tank. He doesn't have the tank tag. You really need to understand roles. The tank has to have the tank tag. Bobby does not have the tank tag. Everybody just killing Bobby. Enjoying it. I don't understand. There's E43. He's a big club. Clearly frontliner. No. You can put anyone in the tank column. You can put anyone in the front column, but that doesn't mean they're going to tank for you. He has a helmet. He's a tank. No. Child abuse. It is. It is. It's child abuse. Are we going to clear 1,000? I think we are. No, Bobby. No, Bobby is not. Jesus, do whatever you want. I'm tired. I'm tired of. At the moment, I'm very tired of trying to correct people that don't want to. We're trying to help people. It's not even correcting. It's just trying to help you understand that Bobby's not a tank. You seem to just want to run with it, so go ahead. Remember where to put efforts because I get to Witchlight and requirements 1,000. I can't beat it right now, and I feel like I'm a bit stuck. I mean, again, it's all of it. You are solidly into the mid game, and your progress has to be on all the different avenues at the same time. You need to be incrementing everything. There isn't any one way. Like the biggest bucket of power is from trials, but guess what? Again, you're only doing that once a day, and like you do a run once a day, and you get a reward once a week. So it's not, you know, it's something you need to do, but you need to be doing other things the rest of your time. Yeah. Artemissive, do I want item levels on Cast, Strongheart, or Omen? They're all above the floor I'm shooting for. Oh, so you're just choosing your time gate. So if they're all above your targeted floor and you're just choosing your natural time gate, I tend to go with whatever's the lowest. Trellin says, there's our 1,000. What really boggles my mind are the big, strong dragonborn with giant swords. You mean Dinar. You're calling out Dinar, and they aren't tanks, yes. Dinar is not a tank. And yet he's not a DPS either. And yet he's in armor and it has a giant sword, because that's not how this game works. The game isn't about the art. The game is about the tags, their roles. You got to learn the roles. Listening, not arguing. If I want Bobby's buffs, he's best on the front line. Oh my God. Stop talking to me about Bobby. Please. You act like I don't know how Bobby works, and I'm telling you Bobby's not a tank. When you're putting in the front line, I don't care what damage you're trying to get. You're trying to use a non-tank in the tank line. And yeah, get what you get. You're going to get what you deserve, I guess, which is not as much as you'd like, right? All right. Speaking of getting something, I don't know. Can we clear this? We must have Bud's buggied to 311. 311. 311. We had to have. There's E44. So we at least hit an amount that we can, after we're done with what we want to do here, we can buy that blessing. Or we could just buy it anyway. We may just buy it anyway. Buy it anyway. Okay, we beat 1,000 though. That's big. I'm happy. Did we have anything that... Nothing that wanted Oral's favor, right? No. Okay. All right, we're out of here. All right, we're at 428, E44, favor here. Perfect. Well, not perfect, but good enough. Alien Allies is next up. We went from E36 to E44. Before that, we went from E11 to E36. So you can tell when you go from E11 to E36 that there's a lot of favor left on the table for you to earn. So that's what we did. We went out to try to earn it. Oh, it's because of that stupid... What's it? All right, you're going to go there. There we go. All right. So if you know you make a jump that big, you know you could do another favor run and get another jump. Obviously, our jump wasn't as big that time, 36 to 44. Could I do another one and get to the 46 I wanted? Yes. Yes, I could. Do I think it's worth my time or the resources I have available to me? Not at the moment. We might, because I don't need it that bad. Because here's the thing, I'm going to come over here, I'm going to click the damn button anyway. Buy all this stuff. So we get these, that's everything, right? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to come over here, and even though it's going to give me a warning, because I'm going to spend one E44, because I got 4 E44 to spend, and I don't care. Am I really sure? Yeah, I'm fine. We got it anyway. Because I'm not worried about losing a portion of that. I'm not going to fill this one up, though. That's good enough. And all I'd be doing with another favor run is just getting the favor to top this off. Don't need it topped off. Don't need it. And get everybody leveled up, and then I'll see what's going on in chat. I just looked away. I couldn't look anymore. I don't know why everybody's got to pick on Bobby. By the logic, Bruner has a helmet and a shield. They should be a good tank down there. Not only do they have a helmet and a shield, they've got an overwhelmed feat. They are not a tank. They're a bruiser. It's confusing. Yeah. Alicete, to be honest, when I started out, I was so confused by Bruner. The beefy dwarf guy with the shield would just instantly fall over every time. Me too. Because the game, they made him a support. Like he almost, I swear, he basically exists to teach people what roles mean. And then everybody and nobody learns that lesson, it feels like. I don't know. Some people learn the lesson, but not enough. Jay Jason's no. If she's all you have left, you select her and then you close the gate immediately and you get your free shiny 2-time gate pieces. G-Patch Gaming, what happened to all the new items in the Thane Enclave? They got removed because of the bug where none of them had timers. Yeah. They bugged the Enclave over the break, so submit a ticket. I mean, sure, I'm sure somebody's they've probably got a flood of them, but nothing's gonna happen until like the 5th at the earliest. If Bexel says 1,000 is kind of the one where you need either good buffers and good core legendaries. Really where soft cap starts to force you another means of power. I mean, I needed it before that because I was soft capping at like 550. But we got some legendaries on our pushing team, and that's what got us above. 100 or above 1,000. We also have a level 5 core. Like all of those things start, you know, leveling up your core, getting it full epic, starting to supercharge it, getting your legendaries out, leveling up your legendaries. Like these are all things that get you progress, but they're all things that are slow. You can't grind any of that. Like you can't just go, well, I'm going to go do this and suddenly I'm going to be powerful. Like it doesn't, in the mid game, it doesn't work that way anymore. Hey, I'm seeing. What champions get more power from over leveling them in advance? It's not how it works. There's champions that have abilities that reward you for over leveling the other champions. Evelyn is one. Certainty might be one. I haven't kept track of these because basically when they're not to me, they're not meta champions that I'm using a lot. Yeah, Novo is one. Rosie's the big one because it actually does help her to a certain. I mean, you know, she's DPS. She's got stuff going on. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's some. Is Cathris one now? No. Yeah, I didn't even pay attention. It's not that. Something like late game and beyond you worry about, but it's a per champion basis, and you know, just read your champions and see if any of yours need it. Oh, that's right. That's what it is. Cathris increases his buff based on the max gold exponent you use to level up a champion. So you don't necessarily have to overlevel everyone for the Cathris. You just need to level one person. Which again, usually if you're over leveling, generally it should just be your primary DPS. I didn't even do that on the last run because I know it wasn't going to change the result much at all. Yeah. We don't, I mean, I do have Cathris. We should have tried Cathris in seat 1. Even with the green, he probably would have outbuffed Esmeralda, and we could have gone a little further. Whoops. It's fine. We got a good enough amount, but I do need to remember that. But yeah, that's now E44 in Icewind Dale is now our highest favor anywhere. Anywhere. Tiamat, I mean, we could use a deep run here because now we're into trials, and why not get more scales? We should do this. We should do a deep run in trial and in a Avernus. Cap all this out, but really we want this. Increase the total number of scales the team might receive for a trials run by 10%. Take it. Take what you can get, you know. Yeah, I mean, they get a heal, but that's really just for a difficult variant where you're having trouble staying alive. And usually the tank isn't the one that is going to be the, you know, I don't know. If the tank's the only one getting hit, then it's not that difficult of a thing, but yeah, I don't know. There's situations. I usually save it for the ones where they're AoEing the squishies, and I don't know. But there's usually other ways to do that. But if you're right on the edge, then the heal can matter. Otherwise, I don't pay attention to it. It'll go away real fast. You run out of gold real fast if you're trying to use it to push with. Like Esmeralda's the attack option to fight boss. Well, she's for like segmented health. That's why I put her in. That's her niche. But if I just need straight damage because I'm not dealing with armored enemies for the most part, then you just go for the big buffs. We were doing a deep favor run, so there weren't. I was doing that in a place that didn't have armor, so I should have switched to Cthulhu. That was my fault. Esmeralda has a great. If you've got other debuffers in your group, Esmeralda's ultimate will help melt bosses. Yes, but I don't know. I should have tried Cthulhu to see what we came up with. Well, there's lots of options, but that doesn't mean that they're good options. Some of the breakers are better than others. I mean, you didn't even list Celise, and she's got the best chunk removal. She can remove. She'll give you a triple. So the others will give you double. Grimm's is a whole thing just for him. Like, you know. And then there's a differentiation between breakers and what I call, oh no. Oh no. I've just lost my own terminology because ADHD. Somebody, shredders. Thank you, J. Jasons. Good Lord, shredders. I call them shredders. Those are the ones that give you bud-based damage, either to you or to your group, or to members of your group, or to the whole group. Shredders, yes. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's the shredder. So armor shredders versus armor breakers. Breakers give you extra credit when you remove a chunk, or they lower the threshold to remove a chunk. Shredders are what I refer to. All the bud-based DPS. All the bud-based stuff, abilities and things. The Strongheart is one of those for sure. Corazon is just his ultimate. Corazon and Kroll are just their ultimates. Are segment removers. You still got to have the damage. Still got to have high enough damage. So their ultimates are basically shredders. Or actually, those two are probably, we should just call them melters. But they would go into under a shredder tag. Give me that epic. Don't make me go. They're going to make me go to the pity time. Yeah. All right. Well, that's fine. Takes us down to a dozen. And that removed Delana? Yeah. All right. I have enough. I don't. Oh, I do. 8,000. Give me a froggy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So I'm thinking either Yorvin or King of Shadow. I'm gonna go Yorvin. Yeah. Yeah, we spread a lot of froggies out too. There we go. Base variant done. All right. That's gonna. We're just trying to get the base versions done so that and then we can do the patron version. The next one is keep your friends close. I thought it was off that one. No, it's this one. 600. But once again, we have a friend in the party helping out. He's not helping. That's the problem. I mean, there is an argument to try to see how long it would take to just get through all the adventures and variants on this account. Ugh. That's a slog. I don't know that I want to do, though. That's the problem. I don't even like doing it on my main account the first time. Hey, there's a fee! Running with the pack? Meh. Not great. Not great. But it's off the list, at least. All right. All right. We're going to get more chances to get more pigments for like tanks. I mean, they've slowly been trying to put them in more places. Like there's 3 of them in Tales of the Champions. It's right here. Avalar's second variant gives you 3 tanking pigments. They don't have to go on her. They can go wherever you like, but the support pigments are the only ones that they give tons of because there's a bajillion support champions in the game, so there's a need for more of those. With all the other pigments, you have to be, when you get them, you have to be very thoughtful about where you put them because you may not get a lot. They just haven't really come up with a place to deliver them, right? Like, I don't know why they didn't just I mean, Jesus. Pull these potions out and put the pigments in over here, 1 a week. Just buy 1 a week with patron currency, and like that would have changed the game. But they don't seem to want to introduce a lot of them outside of support pigments. They just don't. So, to be fair, tons of healing pigments might break the game. I know people will think of that incredulously, but healing pigments are stronger than a lot of people give them credit for. But you don't see the strength until you get large numbers. It's multiplicatively stacking heal boosts. I'm not going to say it would single-handedly fix the healing issue, but there isn't. See, the problem is there isn't a healing issue. There's a tanking issue in the game. At some point, you don't need support pigments. I mean, sure, you get enough power with legendaries, but why would you say no to froggies, right? How many would heal be? I don't have a pigment on this account, but if I remember correctly, a healing pigment doubles healing received by the party, not done by that champion. And that's where the power lies. So if you have a party that has multiple healers in it, like let's say you've got, well, Briv could have 6, right? And then let's just say you had one more healer. And it could be, anyway, it could be an Antreus with shields who's also a strong buffer because those count as that counts as healing. And those get bigger too. Well, Briv is so, and then you need an actual healer. So let's say like Orkira, right? Who's actually throwing out heals. Let's say you have 18 of them. That's going to be 2 to the 18th. That's 262. That's over 262,000 X improvement on heals. So you're adding what, an E7? No. Yeah. Like an E7 boost to the multiplier to your heals? Maybe. I don't know. But it's, because it's based on the heals. Between that, like, because it would be a boost to the heals and shielding. Good lord. Right? It's more important. The shielding is actually the more important part, right? The shield, preventing the damage is more important than healing it after it's done. In this game, it's basically you're adding a health to a tank, right? From someone called a healer. So yeah, it could be significant. Could be. But we've never, I mean, there might be someone out there that's done it because they put some in the bundles from like one of the vault bundles. Oh yeah, Strongheart technically has the healing tag. Jeez. So like, in like a Karlach formation with Briv tanking, Strongheart in as a healer, and then I use like Orkira. There's the 18 from that. Right? Antreus would have to, like, using Antreus would be a different DPS, but I mean you could then, yeah. I think it's a little wilder with Antreus, which is why I think I'd originally put like my first ever healing pigment back when there was only one in the game on Orkira. Then I think when I got some more, I put them on Antreus on the main account because he's where it matters. Wouldn't it be beautiful if Yorvin scaled off temp HP? No. He scales enough. He's already OP. In my opinion. Yeah, Vlithrin's a healer. She's solid buffer. So there's, yeah. That could also be a way to go. So there's options. I mean, there's ways that suddenly you could have way more healing. The thing is I think you just don't worry about the healing, and you'd want to be centering it around Antreus to just prevent the damage. And so Antreus has, at least had really solid buffs. If you could get the whole party, it's just very finicky, right? He's a man spreader like Omen. He's got to spread his buff throughout the formation to get it to multiplicatively stack, because it gets bigger based off the number of people that it's on. But again, the point of this game is for your characters to die, not to have a healer keep them alive. That's a design choice. Because we've lived in the other world and it was bad. We've been in the upside down. For a timely crossover. We're up to 111, still going over here. Still just cruising along. It's just not doing much. Those numbers are too high. So was one. I mean, I enjoyed it. I read someone that I know has comment on it, and they were like, I couldn't stand it. I fell asleep during one part. I woke up and it didn't matter that I missed it because then they were just telling me everything that I missed anyway. I was like, I don't know. I enjoyed the whole thing. Some people get real picky nowadays. I don't know. I've watched so many series that never got endings, so to have a series even get an ending, I was like, yeah. And to have it not suck, nice. But they were complaining about all kinds of stuff, and I was like, I didn't notice any of this. So I think you're being way too picky. But I've also been burning through like old stuff that I had saved into watch lists that I just never got around to watching. And so obviously those were like the stuff that isn't like the greatest in the world. So I'm just all like, meh. Look, as long as it's keeping me entertained for a few hours while I relax at night, yay. Especially right now when all the TV shows are not on the air. Until I think the first one comes back like next week. They took their little holiday break. And then it's like you're just desperately looking for anything to watch that isn't a repeat. My watch list is like my Steam backlog. The sun will implode before I finish either. I definitely have too many things in the watch list, but it's like, okay, that looks interesting, and then I'll just put it in there. But then when I'm flipping through, I'm all like, why did I add this stuff? Like, I don't feel any desire to watch this. I really need to clean it up. Because some of it was back when I was working from home doing community management contracts. Like, it's, man, you weren't constantly having to do stuff. So I'd have I'd have just something on my other screen playing to be somewhat entertained while I was at work, while also having Idle Champions up there. So I used to watch tons of content. I used to watch more streams. I used to watch lots of, streaming service stuff, because if I'm sitting down for an 8-hour shift, or it was usually like 4 to 6 hour shifts, but a couple of them, then I wanted something to watch. Takes way too long a time to get a season done. Now, I mean, I don't agree with that anymore. Like seasons, they drop down the seasons for some shows to 8 episodes, like especially on a streaming service. But like the numbers of episodes in that they call a season is just like, And sure, they come out once a week. I mean, that's how TV worked. I don't know. But like when they do stuff on streaming services, it's like 8 episodes, and I'm like, that's not a season. You used to get like 20 episodes in half a season, like in the fall/winter side of the season, and then the other half was in the spring. And I don't know. Almost there. We're just going to 600. I guess we could put. I mean, we're doing Bobby DPS, but seems to be. Yeah. We might need a little more damage. I'm actually going to put Karlach in to buff Bobby. Wild magic. How dare I? Spread it out over almost your first season. I don't know what you're talking about. They drop like 8 episodes. At worst, they're doing 1 a week, and it's 2 months. I don't get what you're talking about. Yeah, it's more that they'll do 1 season of something and then they cancel the show. That's the worst. That's the bad part. You're like, ooh, they leave it at a cliffhanger, and you're like, oh, season, and then next season never comes back. That's the problem. That's the real problem. So that was Keep Your Friends Close. Now we're gonna try Icequake, 675. Problem here is max health damage. It's a random. It could be 20 seconds to 120 seconds. It's really random. You can. I don't know. Sometimes you can just get really screwed, and sometimes you're like, I never had a problem the entire time. So we'll see. We'll see what happens to us. Can't wait for season 264 of the singing shows. They're so good. I stopped watching all that stuff. I was somewhat entertained by some of them, but then then I was just all like, you know, they get these people on there, and then their careers don't go anywhere. Like there have only been like a couple, like a handful of people whose careers in all of these seasons of these shows actually went somewhere. I just stopped caring. So let's throw some speed on. So here's what it says. From Area 30 onward, an icequake occurs every 20 to 120 seconds. Earthquakes cause falling pieces of ice to hit champions, dealing damage equal to 75% of their max health and stunning them for 15 seconds, subject to a dex save. Earthquake also triggers the following effects for 15 seconds if one or more champions fail to save. Champion damage gets reduced by 99.9%. Enemies move 200% faster. So it like just fire breath potion and kill everything. And we should be okay. We'll find out. Find out if it just doesn't work, but that's what we're hoping for. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I want a good show with a storyline that isn't about trying to like weed out all the cop shows. But the problem is I like mysteries, and the only kind of mysteries they put on TV are like crime procedurals. I'm trying not to watch. I don't know don't have to watch those. Hey, there's progress. But like I think probably one of the better new shows was Tracker. I like Tracker. There's a mystery show that isn't about police. Tracker's been pretty good. I like Elsbeth. I know she works with the police, but she's not police. Plus, come on, Elsbeth is great. What else? The Doctor show, some of them like Brilliant Minds and Watson. I watch those. Yeah. Cobra Kai season 6 started in July and ended in February. Well, that was a they were wrapping up the show and then they were like doling it out slowly. That's not like, that's an exception, not a rule. I mean, yeah. Like they deliberately split up the releases real far apart. But... Oh, don't. Let's not get into that, because then the whole 3-year-olds could come up with whatever. No, they can't. You're being reductive, and then that just opens the door for AI BS, and I don't want any of that here. The issue we have with a lot of TV shows and even movies is that they've slowly shrunk writers' rooms, and they're just not like with shorter seasons and stuff. You get smaller writers' rooms, and you don't develop new writers. So of course the content starts going downhill, like overall, because you're no longer developing the creative insights that were getting developed even 20 years ago. Of course it's going to be bad. Oh, I don't want to watch. I can't watch old shows that and if I've already watched it, I can't rewatch it. It doesn't do anything for me. If it's like a kind of a like Person of Interest was great, but I couldn't watch it again because I already remember everything about it, or enough about it to not really enjoy it again the second time through. It's got to be new stuff. Only Murders in the Building I really enjoy, yes. I watch that every season. High Potential, yes, Delkin. That was one I was trying to think of. It's unfortunately it's got cops in it, but again, she's not a cop, so I enjoy it. Murders in a Small Town is one where every week I'm like, why do people still live here? Like, it's a small town and people keep dying, like, so much. but I do keep watching that one. Unfortunately, I got its hooks in me. What else? I don't know. Like on actual TV, yeah, I can't. Off the top of my head, I just can't remember the names of all of it. It's all in the DVR recording itself. I just have to show up and it's there. when the seasons actually happen, if they don't get canceled. I think it's less that no one is bothered by it and more that, like, that town. I can understand what's going on in Buffy the Vampire Slayer because of the pandemic. People just block it out of their mind and pretend it doesn't exist. That's after that happened, I stopped complaining about plot lines like that in Jurassic Park, where they're like, why do they keep rebuilding this? And now I'm like, oh, of course they keep rebuilding this. Why? Because capitalism. Because there's a chance they can make money and it doesn't matter if people die. Now I get it. More than ever before. But in that situation, the Buffy the Vampire situation, they were living in a town. They couldn't just afford to move out. The people that could afford to leave already did. Everybody else just has to deal with it. And guess what? People die. They are heavily traumatized and they are just masking on a daily basis. Makes sense. You have 9 streaming services. You shouldn't just play games and not watch anything. Then stop. Then unsubscribe from the streaming services. Believe me, if I was living here by myself, I would not have cable. So most of this stuff wouldn't even get watched. I would have a couple streaming services, maybe, but only if it was really good shows, and I probably only have one at a time. and I would watch a bunch of stuff. I would have a very well curated watch list. I'd watch it all, then I'd cancel it, and I'd start up another one. That's how it would work. I would not have all of them at the same time. Unfortunately, I got like, I think I have two. I only have two right now, which is, it's not bad. T5 Cat says, my girlfriend way back when said it was because of the Hellmouth influencing people's minds. I mean, there's another valid reason, but I think it's just, what are you going to do? Like, you either accept it and spend your day in dread and terror all day long, or you just, well, I don't know, that's fake news, and go on with your day. I don't care if you paid in advance and got a discount. I'm just saying, if you're not watching it, then there was no reason to pay in advance in the first place. I don't know. I'm poor. That's what it comes down to. So you people with money, with disposable income, we do whatever you want. I just sit over here going, all right, we got to get to 675. We've already soft capped. So we're only getting more damage if we swap the people in our party. We'll probably need to. Come on, beat it. Just beat it. No. Trying to beat the pity timer, and they don't want to. They don't want to. All right, up to 1,300 reagents again. Oh, I'm sure those bundles are low right now, but there's a lot of reasons for that. Because people dumped them so hard because of choices, bad choices those companies, Disney made. I dumped mine. I'm not going back there anytime soon. Make better choices and maybe get my money again. Yeah, I mean, everything is just coming back to cable. They moved away from cable and to streaming, and for a while streaming was good, and then capitalism. So now it's just going back to, you're paying to get access to the shows, and yes, they're going to feed you commercials just like cable did. And you're going to bundle to get the things that you want, but eventually you're going to have to combine all these things to get all the shows you want. It's like, you know. There's a reason, like, I've never seen, like, I've had people tell me there's some really great shows on, like, Apple Plus, but I wasn't going to pay for it. We may, now that F1 is going to Apple Plus, now I'll be like, okay, well, now I'll get Apple Plus or Apple TV or whatever the hell they're going to call it. And then I'll watch all those shows everybody said were great, along with Formula One. Yay. Did you get Nordham's knockback to work again? Does he have one now? Off the top of my head, I'm like, does he have one now? It's a feat. Okay, there you go. I mean, there was always, I mean, the Nielsen rating system was always the behavior data before, right? But you had to call and poll. You had to answer the phone or be a Nielsen household, and now they just get it straight from you watching. That was always kind of a thing. Yeah, so Ron says the sports watching landscape is pretty dire right now. Basketball fans seem to juggle like 4 different services to follow their teams. That's what I was running into trying to watch the WNBA. I don't care about the NBA. But good lord, trying to figure out where the WNBA was happening, it's like it's the worst. Like you're working against yourself. Like, how are people going to become fans and stay fans if they can't even watch your freaking basketball games? So if it's happening in more than just there, that's bad. It's bad. Fun fact, Apple employees don't get free Apple TV sub. Why would you do that when Apple employees get made, like, I'm not going to say Apple stores, they don't get paid very well, but their Apple employees probably get paid more than enough to chuck them, whatever the 10, 15, 20 bucks is a month. They're not going to give that away. Yeah, and don't even talk about that. How much you're going to hear about sports gambling for the entire broadcast. Oh, it kills me. The fact that they put like the odds at the start of the game, I'm like, what the frick happened? Gem Hunter perk, does that work so you get 1 extra gem per champion in the formation? What? That's not even, I don't understand how you got there. So Gem Hunter, where is it? Gems dropped by bosses +1. Where did champions come into this? Where did the champion thing? Gems dropped by bosses +1. I don't understand where you thought that had anything to do with champions in the formation. It's literally just adding a +1 to the die roll that is a gem drop from a boss. You're getting a guaranteed +1 off every boss. With both of them, you're getting a guaranteed +2. Like, that part doesn't get changed by anything. Well, parts get changed by Eliwick, right? But yeah, I mean, it is what it says on the tin. It's there to give you the bonus. How did we beat that after I took the DPS out? Interesting. That was very interesting. Pulled the DPS out, suddenly we passed the area. I was like, what? Yeah, I guess that's the only thing I think of. It applies to all champions now. It applies to all campaigns. That's all I can think of. Yeah, Eliwick multiplies the gems that drop off a boss, period. So everything that comes off the boss, yes. Basically, you get the boss bag roll, and then Eliwick then goes, multiply. It's how it should work, anyway. Multiply. I don't know why we would clip that. I don't know what that would be, what that would serve a purpose for. That's multi-tier. That's a different thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We be dying. You know what we need is King of Shadows. There we go. Right, we completed it. It was slightly challenging, so we might have some issues trying to do that one. Icequake with patrons. Quite frankly, we just might not have the power for that. But Alien Allies, 650. Yeah, let's see what happens. It's a quick EO7 influence. Not quick. EO7 influence. So who do we get? We get, I mean, most of what we like here. And this has to go. You need to not be there. Oh no, because you go there. Yep. Everyone but Eliwick, basically, is what it looks like. I'll do it like this. Let's get the potions going. What kind of currency are we getting out of this? 13,600 ruby coin. That's not bad. It's not bad. Your third day? Is that what you're talking about? There we go. Dragon bait. Oh, feet for strong heart, constitution. Is that a Vajra qualifier? I'll like it if it is. It is. Nice. Nice. That was a good feat drop then. Here's what I want to do. I want to roll through all of these. I'm actually going to move this down here. Because we do have this. If we're able to fire these off enough, it's also helping us with humanoids. If there's any humanoids here, I don't know if there are. But 650 shouldn't be a problem. We just did 675 on Icequake. Well, we did 675 on Icequake though with 10. We only have 9 here. It should still not. not be an issue. We do have access to Carlock and Strongheart, but not Duke Raven Guard. But we get Hank, who does the same crit thing if we need it. If we need it. Getting closer. We're into the 90s now. Trying to get her to 100. And then we'll get Human to 100. Where are we at with her? 50%. So, hey, we hit the 50% mark. So right around 100, you're going to hit about 50% on 50% chance to reduce that, which is a nice milestone. Human, we're not doing great. We're 81%, 4 adjacent, pretty big. But I don't have their 80% carefully balanced feet. So between that, like that and getting to 100, we should at least guarantee. Which again makes this much faster. But that means for Century, we're basically halfway there. I know. The odd thing is, like, you're trying to get to 100%. We're at level 83. So here's an explanation of diminishing, or excuse me, 88. Here's an explanation of diminishing returns. The cap is at 752 currently. And yet we're already at 50%. So the final 50% is like so hard to get. So hard to get. So if you've never really understood what I mean when we say diminishing returns is a real kick in the face. Here's a prime example. Tonight for dinner, we're having breakfast. One of those nights. It's biscuits and sausage and eggs, hash browns. I think. Last I checked. I basically just turned that into a bunch of breakfast sandwiches with the hash browns on the side. It all just gets stacked up. Yeah, I'd love to do other breakfast stuff for dinner, but that tends to be all we do. We don't really have a waffle maker, or else like chicken and waffles. Chicken and waffles would be so good. So would pancakes. I mean, we could do. I just like we're talking about this before. The amount of pancakes that would be created from a usual batter recipe is more than we would need. Makes it kind of wasteful. So don't tend to do that. Even though I want to. Even though I want to. I like me some pancakes. Reveal my offers on my main account. 3 free gold Bobby chests. Take it. I'll take it. I actually looked at a waffle maker because it was like a peanuts waffle maker, and it made the like in the middle of the waffle was a picture of Snoopy. I was like, I'm down. That would just make me happy. But then the waffles were only going to be like this big, and I'm like, I'm not going to sit there and make like just that many waffles. Oh, and it's just one at a time. Like, oh. Someone like clearly this is for kids who just want one waffle. I get it, but I'm an adult and I want Snoopy waffles. give me one that makes 4 of those at once, please. Or just a full size one, please. Thanks. I don't know how, but I got 9 potions of polish. I don't know how either. That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't have any. I don't have any. Yeah, I mean, if I had a little kid, it would make sense. Just make one small waffle. Sure. But like, what am I doing with the, like, oh man. Are people mixing up just a tiny little amount of one waffle worth of batter? Like, are they doing adult waffles? Like, at the same time, I don't understand. Does batter stay good in the fridge overnight? Like for multiple days? I don't know. I have so many questions. I mean, I guess you could use the same batter for waffles as for pancakes, but that... Is it the same batter? That's actually a good question, too. I mean, I'm guessing... I've seen people make waffles out of some interesting batters, so I would say you could do it out of pancake batter, and then you could have pancakes one day and, like, chicken and waffles next, or you could have pancakes for breakfast and chicken and waffles for dinner. Sure. Kid wants waffles, you promise them waffles, you stand there and you do that waffle. I get it. I don't have kids, but I get it. So I'm just saying, like, where's the rest of the batter go? Pancakes, Artemis says, because pancakes and waffles are leavened with a soda reaction. I found it's not as it's fluffy even after overnight in the fridge. Yeah, I could see that. Well, I said days because, like, I can't remember how much is in a batch, and, like, am I gonna... I don't know. I'd need to just try it again and see how much I got left over. Now I'm like, what's a good... I always just used whatever was on the side of the... Like, whatever recipe came on something. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I got all this. Doesn't seem too much. How much would that make? Oh, this place is like, make the pancakes and then let them cool and put them in a freezer safe bag. And then just defrost them in a toaster? What? A toaster oven, maybe? That's a small pancake to fit in a toaster. Is what McDonald's says? Probably. Yeah. I used to love, I won't eat at McDonald's anymore, but my favorite thing was the McGriddle. That was like it was the sausage between two pancakes that had the like syrup in it. I loved those. Oh my God. So like for a long time, I would only ever go to McDonald's just to get that. And it's like, if they weren't serving breakfast, I wasn't going there. Used to make the cakes on the same grill they made the burger. Ooh, if you, oh, I mean, it's fine if you're cleaning it, if you're not cleaning it. Yeah, I might have to try to find my electric griddle and make some pancakes. All right, do we have damage? Oh, we're having some issues. Okay. If we're having some issues, then we bring Carlock in. So I actually put Bobby in his buff and his support spec. So. Oh yeah, I got the ultimates. Nice. We did get there. We can go back up here. Got it. Boom. Done. All right. So, Mert. We now grabbed a bunch more influence. Got 34,000. So his coinage is now on par with some of the other people. What did we get out of this? Let's go do. No, we got 1 tick there and 2 ticks there. See, this is the problem of trying to grind out the influence in the mid game. It's just, if you're not getting massive numbers, like if we weren't getting, you need E8s, E9s, more than that, right? It becomes a grind. It becomes a real grind. No influence. So with patron perks, we can reset this. Wow, it's not working. We can reset this, and we don't lose anything because influence is a fixed. There's a fixed amount of influence in the game, so they can't charge you. Whereas with favor, you can always go out and earn more favor. Right? There's an infinite amount of favor available. There's a fixed amount of influence. So you can reset this and you can change stuff up if you want. Once you get past tier 5, like, you don't have to be super efficient about it. Up to tier 5, you can be kind of efficient in your spending to try to either go local or global. But once you have tier 5 completely topped off, then it's always going to kind of even out here, because at one point tier 5 was the end. Now I would really like more, you know, over here. And I'm just going to buy this until I get to unlock the next tier. Oh, I can't even get there. Wow. Oh, because I didn't try to unlock this. That's why. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, Sonata, thank you for 9 months with Prime. Yeah, well, so as the campaigns, like the deeper campaigns, have higher and higher area goals, that means they give higher and higher amounts of influence. You know, as long as you have the power to do those, you don't have to grind out all the lower stuff. You just don't, because of that. It took a while for them to get back there again, but they did get back there. Let's do this. I'm gonna try to. So this is how you would like try to efficiently spend, is you only put a point in if it's the cheapest thing. Oops, I clicked that one twice. My bad. Oh, jeez. We're probably going to cap this one out. I mean, I really feel like it should. Yeah, it's gonna cap it. I don't care. Okay, but I'm gonna try to get to this to get to here without spending a ton of this. I don't know. I actually, you know what? I don't care. I don't care about the time gate chance of being doubled. Never mind. But you could do that, and then I could get more back into this like I had before. But I'd rather just have more gold, honestly. Yeah, so that's gonna be it for him. That's gonna be it for the stream. So tomorrow I'll be over on the tutorial show, because it's Saturday. Saturday and Sunday, no streams here. Tutorial show tomorrow for gold farming. Gold farming on the main account. And then Monday when we return, we will attempt to do that Alien Allies for the other patrons. To get some more currency, we'll buy our time gate piece in our Modron component chests. That kind of stuff. That's what's on the menu. We'll figure out where to go from there. It's going to be trying to do more of these base variants and trying to get some of these, you know, officially efficient patron variants done. Just to grab what we can get before we move to another campaign and do that story's stuff. We'll probably go over to Wild Beyond the Witchlight. More of that. Or we could race through. We never finished Sword Coast. The story in Sword Coast. We never finished the story in Waterdeep. We could do that kind of stuff too. The world is our oyster. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. If I don't see you tomorrow, I will see you Monday. Have a great weekend. Bye, everybody.